Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of our Shattered Earth campaign. I have to mute the Twitch tab because I don't need to hear myself talking about 3 seconds later. Anyway.
Beach jammer.
Pretty much. So, welcome back. We are playing our 30th episode, guys. 30 episodes. Can you believe that? Anyway, nothing happens. Nothing special is going on because 30 episodes.
Nothing.
It's just, it's interesting. Anyway, so let's do a quick rundown as to let's just do a quick rundown of what we're doing. So Shattered Earth campaign is a campaign that I, the Dungeon Master, have created. I want to say it's inspired by a bunch of stuff, but I also don't want to mention the stuff in case they decide to, oh hey, don't do that. It's okay. We have a lawyer on our team. They'll fight for us. What? Nothing. Anyway, so Shattered Earth campaign is a campaign that I have created myself. It is a apocalyptic campaign taking place in Texas. There was a portal that Elon Musk decided to open up because he was messing around with other dimensions and things. When the portal opened, an elf came through, and then a bunch of other species came through, and then the monsters came, and that's when everything bad was happening. When that all happened, there was a lot of, talk about going underground to hide from these creatures. So a lot of people who were smart went into bunkers, and then there were other people who stayed on the surface. But overall, nukes dropped after the dragons came through the portal, and that was the end of the world pretty much. However, bunkers survived, and some people on the surface survived, and life is thriving-ish now. That's basically the premise of the campaign. Just a quick idea as to what we're using. Ultramarine 5 Redux is a book by Deus Ex Machina. It's basically 5th edition, but in the modern world. They have guns and stuff like that. You should check them out. They're pretty cool. They also have a Kickstarter that's done, but you can pre-order their 3 campaign settings that they released in that Kickstarter. And then we're also using monsters and some other rules from the 5th edition book, obviously, because 5th edition is kind of where it all starts. Anyway, so I did not roll to see who was going to be doing the recap. So I guess it's actually our fuzzy one who's supposed to be doing it.
Oh,
even though she did the nose game.
Wow.
But I mean, you did all your doodles and everything, so you should be all good to go on your notes.
Yeah.
Anywho,
All here.
Without further ado, Veda, take it away.
All right. So we went to Fantown, rolled in like a boss in a cool car. Kenny was still processing that his mom was a dragon the whole time, and went to the Black Widow Inn and oh my god, it's so popular. We didn't even get any muffins at first. And then went through the back door, nothing's wrong, everything's cool. We got 2 rooms and food, and then he was like, hey, you partially own the place, and he gave Elaine 82 tokens. It's like a bunch of money. And not a single muffin. So Gadget hasn't seen his parents in 100 years. He was going over his tragic backstory. He was born in Chorus. Chorus was this cool, magical place. And his parents just decided, hey, what's this cool portal? Let's go explore. And they were stuck here forever. Bad gamble.
Story.
So then Elaine goes into the last job with the Demon Arm Mercenaries, because those mercenaries got turned into chicken nuggets. She's trying to figure out what happened to her first husband who disappeared. They moved to Fool's Hope. Their house got ransacked. There were no leads, and then the mercenaries were like, yeah, they found something, but then got turned to chicken nuggets. But there's a secret brotherhood inside the Crimson Angels. So it's a mystery. Then while she's thinking about all this stuff, Gadget, Veda, and Kenny went out to help out in town. Mostly it was Gadget. But Elwyn taught Veda mending. And I think Kenny just broke something. But then it was bedtime. And Elaine, with her super high perception, heard a creak. There's a burst of smoke, and a hand was there, a super creepy, shadowy figure. And she's like, what you doing? And he's like, why are you looking for us? And she's like, who? I'm just looking for my husband. And he's like, I'm gonna kill that little child you saved a while ago. She's like, damn. That sucks. So she gets poisoned, or she gets kind of like pricked, and she assumes that she kind of got stabbed, but then she saw visions of blood, dead children, fingers. She screams. We all wake up, run in. She sees weird visions that were all Crimson Angels trying to beat her up. And then finally she kind of snaps out of it. We all check the house, find no intruder, figured it must have been a nightmare. We go to bed. And Veda steals a muffin. And in the morning, Elaine's exhausted, so she gets a strawberry mimosa, which sounded delicious. We go to Demon Arm because we're like, hey, we might as well continue to investigate. What's the worst that can happen? And Veda finally got cured of her radiation poisoning and got a sticker for being such a brave girl. Yay. And she expertly put that sticker on Kenny's back, and he still has not noticed.
I forgot about that.
Me too.
Elaine still isn't sure if the intruders were real. She knows they're called the Life Takers. That's where my note is. And the Terror Battalion HQ, she kind of goes and convinces the guy to help her out a little bit. You know, wets his palm, as they say. There is a location where useless members of the Terror Battalion go to retire or just get fed to manticores.
Get eaten.
We find the location, we head in, kill every single manticore. Veda almost does a super cool move, but the manticore dies before she's done with her kung fu. And then she almost dies. If only we had our healer around. But we survived. And we asked him about what happened. He's like, oh, we got ambushed and drugged, and then that guy got possessed, and he was like, stop looking for us. And we were like, oh shit, we really should have gotten that ring that protected us from being scryed on. But then Elwyn pops up and he's like, you know, you can probably just go to this warded place, the spa. And so we're like, oh yeah, the spa would be great. And he casts a cool spell, so for a short time, Veda could see if they were being scryed on. She had a super cool signal. The snap and point.
Means
which
we're
almost
good.
worked entirely. No.
Wait, how many hands did she snap? How many
It's
snaps
two.
were there?
It's 2. That's it. So we get to the spa. River knows about the Life Takers. They use drugs on their victims. They don't want to be known. But then Bernadette shows up, and she just drops this bombshell like, hey, kind of was my fault the whole bunker got destroyed. That was it.
Yeah,
I get
that was
pretty
exactly
much
where
everything.
we ended it. Also, I believe it was the chicken nugget, if you want to call him that, who actually told you that the spa was warded.
Oh, yeah.
Elwyn said that
Yes.
would probably be a good place to go, but was it Donovan or Rory that you guys? I think it was Rory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rory was the one who told you that the spa had a warded area.
Oh, and we got a hold of Ilaria to tell her to protect Molly.
Yes. Yes,
So
you
that
did.
was good. So hopefully that works out.
It won't.
Yeah, we'll see.
You mean we're not turning around and driving all the way back to Misery now?
Let's go.
I mean, is she that important?
No, we can just let her die. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm sure that if Elaine wanted to save her, she would say something right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Nope. Total silence. We're good.
I know.
Yeah. So You all were in the warded room with River and Bernadette and you guys, which Boone is just waking up from his plot coma.
He's been
Very
diligently
refreshed.
guarding the car.
Do I feel rested?
Such a lovely long rest that he had.
I'm gonna say, me and Kenny are still in bad shape. We'll be fine.
So we
Small
can continue
breeze
the
would kill
conversation
me.
because the last thing that Veda was told was that Bernadette caused the whole collapse of the bunker. So how does Veda feel about this?
Oh, very confused. And
Uh,
she's
We're all in the same room, or is it
Yeah.
just being told?
Yeah, you would be there too.
that's not.
You just woke up from the corner like you just raised
Oh,
like a vampire out of their coffin.
that's not true. You wouldn't do that to everybody.
Ha-
I didn't mean to. It wasn't my intention. I didn't think that it would happen. But one of the people that I had put away, he had gotten out, and I knew that
Put
he
away?
had... Was she not a lawyer?
Oh, right. That's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah. I knew that he constantly was saying that he had communications with the outside. So I decided I would go talk to him. And he put me in contact with someone. And they told me that they could get me out of the bunker. And I did not want to go through with the wedding. I did not want to go through with anything. So I came up with an idea. I would hide away, and all they needed was my location. And they told me to wait at a certain point, and they would get me out.
You were there when it all happened.
Yes, I was.
And you left.
Well, I wasn't going to stick around.
I'm
Everyone died.
sorry. You didn't want to just say no to getting married and blew up civilization?
There's more politics behind it, Boone. You don't understand.
So what even happens? You gave them the information, they sent in the worm, and we're dead?
Oh, it had to be. You're not that stupid. That can't have been it. You wouldn't have just worked with a criminal. No.
What happened to all the stories how dangerous the surface is? We knew not to go up there. That was drilled into my head, at least.
It had to be better than what I was going to be going through. That was my thought behind it.
Well, what's the thought behind
Search
it
for
now?
anybody? You've just walked away?
I didn't have a chance to. They told me to wait, and they came and found me and grabbed me and took me. They thanked me for what I did. I was devastated. I was in shock. I didn't know what to tell them, and they sent me on my way.
What's your plan now? What have you been doing this whole time?
I've been trying to find these people.
What? For what? To do what?
To punish them. I don't know. I don't know
How?
what my plan is.
You're supposed to have a plan.
It all got thrown up in the air, Veda. What am I supposed to do? I had everything organized. They told me exactly what I wanted to hear. They seemed honest and they seemed trustworthy. They gave me all these reasons why they were acceptable people to deal with, and I couldn't find any reason not to believe them. I don't really have a lot of evidence as to what happened on the surface.
That doesn't
She should
None
have
of
rolled
this
an
makes
insight
sense.
check.
You're the oldest. You're the one who's supposed to take over.
I didn't want to.
Your mom and dad didn't teach you anything? Veda's gonna like just grab her shoulders.
They,
This is all you.
They taught me lot. Veda.
Mom never would have been tricked like that.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
She
I'm
would
still.
have had a backup plan and backup plan. And you're useless.
That is rude. I'm not useless. I made a mistake, a very big mistake, and I've been trying to fix it in some way, maybe trying to find a different bunker. I don't know. Just, I need to fix things.
Absolutely nothing to show for it. I saved Quinn. I saved all those people, and you've been sitting here useless the entire time.
I have not been sitting here. Like I said, I've been trying to find them, find out what they wanted with the bunker, find out why, if they're looking for a different bunker, who knows?
Well, there's only 2 of them left. Because I killed the rest. Because I've been doing what you should have been doing this entire time.
Which is what? What have you been doing, Veda?
Helping people. Helping our people. Trying to build up. I've been saving Quinn. I've been looking for you. I've been stopping the Beast Riders. I've been stopping the frickin' Crimson Angels and those weird mutant guys.
Seems like you know a lot more about these people than I do.
Exactly. And you've been sitting here
So you know
at the
about their
information hub of our fucking family.
So you know about their headquarters then?
I know where they were.
Which was where?
What was that? Warehouse by Fool's Hope.
No, that was one of their many operations, yes. But that wasn't their headquarters. So you didn't actually find out things, and you're just trying to get after me for something that I have been figuring out.
And what? Where is it? And how are you planning to take it down?
I don't know. I've been gathering information. That's what we do.
I don't see much to show for it.
I know things are a little. What information have you gathered? Just let's see what she's got here, Veda.
Well, I know that the Beast Riders have many operations throughout the state, maybe even extending further. I know that their actual headquarters is in Safari. I know that the section that you took down, which is near Fool's Hope, is one of their smaller locations. And just for
I'm
anybody,
writing this down.
just for anybody curious, give me 1 second here.
So that entire time, I was just picturing Kenny and Gadget just standing in the back of the room watching.
It's a bunch of just going back and forth.
Bring out the popcorn.
It's
They're
like
selling tickets.
awkwardly self standing in the back of the room while there's a family argument going on. It's like, yeah.
Sip your drink.
I'm just gonna tell you where Safari is in location to
It's
Oh,
an
yeah.
app on Apple
Yeah.
devices.
yeah,
Is
you're
it?
correct.
It's also where you can see lions and tigers and bears.
And catch
Hey,
King Kong.
I told you a little bit of information there, Gadget. Where is Demon Arm located on the county map?
Demon Arm is in. Give me 1 sec. I gotta switch on another layer. Of course I have that. Don't have that county labeled. It's next to It's between Travis, Cadwell, and Lee County.
So you literally have them labeled around it, but not that one.
Yeah.
Travis, Cadwell, Lee. Okay, so it's Bastrop is that
That's
one.
right.
Which means Safari. Where'd I go? Safari should be. Nope. Wrong one. I apologize, is Belton. So, I know you didn't do great in geography there, Veda, but Safari is where Belton, the city, used to be in Bell County.
Yeah, I know where that is.
Do you?
Was that a history check or intelligence check?
It'd be a history check. It's the same thing, isn't it? You don't
Is
have
it? Wait,
history?
maybe I have some history things.
Are
I
you
was
proficient in
educated.
history?
Maybe.
Were you educated?
I was. I said do great. No, it's a -1.
Yeah.
You
Come
got
on,
this.
dice. Come on, dice.
Bell County, Belt. I don't know
11.
where that
minus
is.
1. 10.
Veda, take a 14.
14 minus 1?
Yeah.
So
13?
13. I'll say you know where Bell County is. You don't know where the city is.
Yeah,
It's
Bell
north.
County.
It's about 2 counties north of here.
You're not in Demon Arm, you're in Ecstasy.
Oh, right. Never mind. It's
So it's like
a
east.
north,
Sorry,
A few
west,
more than 2 away.
northwest of here.
Long journey from here?
I mean, walking it was a ways, but I figured out a bit of information. So no, I just haven't been sitting here useless, Veda.
Anything you tell me I could easily get from River.
Possibly, but River didn't have this information till I found it.
So what was your plan?
I told you what my plan was.
To stop them how?
I wanted to find out more information from them. What was the point of them coming to the bunker? Why did they need the bunker? What technology were they looking for?
We sort of know that, don't we? Oh shit, that was a while ago. They
You-
were
you
looking
don't-
for something. They were looking for wizards, weren't they? Weren't they looking for her husband?
No. They have her husband, is what Ilaria
Yeah.
said.
They needed a
But-
wizard to control the thing.
But
they're
they
after
were,
something
they had
specific.
technology that nobody knew what it was. And they took it with them when they left.
We should have killed them.
I tried. I ran.
And then he killed you.
I don't think I.
He
I
knocked
at
you
zero?
on. He knocked
Oh
you
yeah,
out.
he did. He did.
Yeah.
That wasn't as skilled as I am now. I needed the practice.
Yeah, exactly. That was only level 2. So there's a lot bigger operations out there, and did you get any of that information when you took down the Beast Riders?
But we knew they were after one specific thing, and that they got it. Because we saved Ilaria and a lot of other people, and we stopped the worm. Well, it was Earth Dragon, but they call it a worm, you know.
Yeah, that's because it is a worm.
Yeah, so you know, potato.
Purple worm, dragon, not potato.
It's potato.
Whatever.
Boone and I both agree on this.
It's true. It's true.
So you can hate me all you want. I understand. I'm not proud of myself either, but I'm not going to stop and try and figure out how to help people until I figure out if there's other ways I can do it.
You talked to Quinn?
Yes, I've talked to Quinn. We live together.
You told him?
No. Are you gonna tell him? Veda?
Better he found out from me.
You said it's better that he finds out from you?
Mm-hmm. He's gotta find out eventually.
Not if nobody tells him. Why would he find out?
You did this.
Yeah, I understand that.
He deserves to know. Just like I deserve to know this whole time. It was the first thing you told me as soon as you walked in.
Yeah, that's because I thought you'd be, compassionate and comforting. But no, you're just angry at me.
Because I was there. Because thankfully I was able to dig myself out of the rubble with Boone. I will get back to our house and get our crest and say one last goodbye to our entire family.
I didn't know what would happen, Veda. I didn't think maybe they lied to me over and over again. How was I supposed to know?
I didn't think.
Yes, I'm an accessory, but I was not informed at all that this would happen.
I just don't understand. Was being married so terrible?
To him? Yes.
You could have still changed things in the bunker. You still could have made it a nice place. That's what we were all trying to do.
Bunker was a nice place. We didn't need to make it a nice place.
Not everyone there was having a good time.
Obviously not.
What was the name of your suitor? Do I know him?
I got it in here. Hold on. Way back here.
Page 1.
Oh. Bernadette, informant, Ruben and Logan. Footage. Amiro Morga? Amiro Morga.
Is that about the same point in your notes as the heroin sense?
A little before.
That's before heroin sense, I believe.
He was a criminal, Veda. You know this. You of all people should know that was a bad idea.
I mean, you know what?
The only reason
all
I was
criminals are terrible people. Maybe you could have even used that influence in his family to do some good in the bunker. That's what Mom and Dad were thinking the entire time.
All they wanted me to be in there for was to get information. To share.
Which helps people.
In what way? Occasionally it does some good, but when you are tied in that closely, who knows? I might have been killed. If they had found out that I was sharing information with the family, who knows?
Yeah. So I was almost killed my first day on the job. I didn't quit the police force, even though I was stripped of everything else. I didn't quit working for our family.
I didn't quit working for the family either. All I wanted was to get out of a bad situation.
It wasn't worth it.
I don't know what the faces are from the other two. I realize that now, but how was I supposed to know? Again, I had zero information about the surface. They told me everything I wanted to hear. I couldn't see their faces. I couldn't tell if they were lying or not. They seemed sincere. And what have you been doing? You said you've been killing people since you came to the surface.
I have.
So how does that make you any better?
Because I've been saving people. And you just committed half a genocide because you didn't want to get married.
I did nothing intentionally. Are you doing this intentionally?
Yes. And I've saved people. I've saved Kenny like 3 times. Point to Kenny. You have no idea what he's been through. And he kills people too. And you know what? We argued about it, but he's a good person. So is the rest of them. Gadget, I'm not sure, but
Wait a second.
he shot Elaine one time when she was inside a frog. So
Surface is a horrible place. Why are we even here? It's the world should have ended. That's what it should have happened.
oh, there's good things here. If we just build on them, if we just stop all the things making it crappy.
Well, yeah, Ecstasy is a nice place. I agree.
Well, on some sides.
What do you mean on some sides?
One of my informants, I haven't seen him in a while. Elias had a pretty bad time. And I was trying to help him. He gave us really good information how to stop the found friends. I hope he's
That's
doing good now.
those are the sex traffickers, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Stopped a bunch of them too, but not all of them.
You stopped like 3 of them.
A bunch of them. A bunch of them.
Well, good for you. I'm glad you're doing such great things, Veda. I'm glad I'm the new disappointment in the family.
Hey. None of that. And we don't need to worry who's disappointing who. Everyone makes mistakes. We were all messed up. That was a big mess up, but you didn't know.
One mistake, one bad action does not define you.
I'm not arguing that fact. Tell
No,
her that.
That's what I'm saying.
It depends on
I
how
know this
bad
is-
the action was.
I know I'm not in your family, but
Bernie, how did you come across this information so far?
A lot of wandering and asking questions.
Just whoever is coming through the city?
No, I've been traveling. River gave me a little bit of money and I hired some of the Terror Battalion to walk with me.
I was just about to ask.
Worked out better for you than it did for Quinn. So far.
Would it have been better for you if I had died, Veda? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Not for me, no. Well, I would have had a different image of you then.
Whatever. And she gets up and walks away.
I yell into backseat. I'm changing my name too. Not your shadow anymore.
She kind of just stops for a second. You can like see she's about to turn and then she just shakes her head and keeps on walking.
Veda, do we need to take a walk?
That was a little awkward. I am going to follow her. I have much work to be done anyway, so take your time in the room here. I'm gonna go back to work.
Do you need a hug, Veda?
I really want to punch something.
I point at
Couple
Gadget.
Oh, did I just hear Elaine?
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
I'm
But
proud of you, Veda.
it wasn't supposed to be like this.
No, I know it's different than how you expected it. But standing up to your family, people you love and care about, it's harder than any of the stuff we've been doing. and it never gets easier.
No. Probably just it's better if I don't see her for a while anyway. But
Every time
we're
gets
here for your stuff. We got shadow assassins.
Yeah.
I guess I should ask River about that before she left.
Well, she said she might look into the wizard thing, right?
Yeah. But you can't stay here forever.
No, I know. But in the meantime, at least, I don't really think I should be leaving the spa. I don't want to be the reason y'all get hurt just trying to walk through town.
Well, could they scry on any of us? I mean, I know they kind of like you best, but...
I mean, they might be able to, because they've seen what y'all look like, but...
Well, you could just keep watching for them.
I don't know
think
if
I
it's-
can do that all the time. Can I do that all the time?
No.
Yeah. Magic doesn't work that way. It's kind of lame.
Why does everyone
Um,
even use it?
Excuse you.
It might be harder for them
If
to
that-
look at y'all. I don't know. From what Elwyn said, that they either really know me or they've got something in mind, which makes it easier.
If that's how you feel, Veda, I won't do it for you anymore.
No, that was a joke. I'm just... Can you turn Bernadette into like a frog?
Yes. Except I prefer, a funnier creature.
What's funnier than a frog? They're all goopy. She'll get warts.
A newt.
A
It
newt.
kind of gross me out more, too.
Exactly.
And then I'll pluck off her tail. And it'll grow back.
You said
Oh,
that
I
part
mean-
out loud.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what?
Do
Nothing.
they grow back?
Whose tail
No,
are you
it
plucking?
grabs her tail. No, I was just... No, I don't think so.
I
Do
can
they?
try.
Do your wings grow back?
I never said they do. You just said tails do.
I'm just saying, you cut off my tail, I'll rip out one of your wings. And then we'll see who's faster at growing it back.
This is just going to end with both of you not having a tail or a wing.
I'm just kind of
Or-
like looking at Veda like,
We, we swap. I get one of your wings, you get my tail.
but what would one wing accomplish for either of us? Hey,
If you pass
Gadget,
me
can you
here.
build us each like a prosthetic other wing and we can both fly?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
too lame. Anyway, now what do we do? I mean, we want to get the Beast Riders, but we gotta get these Shadow Assassin magic people and punch them a
I'm
lot.
still wondering if we can't use a information dump on them, because that seems to be
Oh.
what they're afraid of.
But
And
then
how do you suppose
what-
we do that?
what if they
That's
just
what we
killed
haven't quite figured out
everybody?
yet.
Alright.
There's a lot of people in everybody and not a lot of people with us.
But they nuggetized people.
Because
Terror Battalion, ain't everybody care about them.
one option would be to try to print out a bunch of flyers and just like dump them at the casino, and at the same time broadcast a broad spectrum across all the channels, like
I don't know if we have the capability to do that.
We'd have to
Yeah,
sneak
Jay,
into a...
Get your
I
gun
also
shape.
don't know if we have printers.
well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that we could do that without them catching us before we did it.
If
we
there's a
set
real
up-
big radio
What if
tower,
we
we just
all
go up.
What if we all
You guys
just
have
split
to
up?
hand bomb a bunch of flyers?
What if we all just split up and go in different directions? They can't get all of us. There's like 1,
I
2,
think
If they're staying this quiet,
3.
there's probably a good number of them. I don't think it's 1 or 2.
They'll
1,
just
2.
drug us and cut all our limbs off.
Kenny's gonna spend
We're
the next
safer-
while trying
Kenny,
to
we're
count
safer
how
in
many
numbers.
are in the group.
Oh,
Wait, stop moving. I lost count.
Whatever we do, we're safer in numbers. I don't want none of y'all splitting off.
So these are the guys that messed up
The
your
nuggets.
mercenary? I didn't
Yeah.
want to use the word.
Oh, we're talking. He's right here.
Rory.
Point
9.
to Rory. In the
They
corner.
can't get all
just-
9 of
Oh,
us.
Sorry, Rory.
I didn't see you down there.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
He's not always the most observant.
What if we went to the various broadcast towers around a couple of counties and set up remote broadcast, some boxes that would add a specific command from another computer or another system, start simultaneously broadcasting across like all of the emergency channels,
You
across
have a lot
all
of
of
faith
the
in what we're able to
broadcast
do up here.
systems.
If they
Yeah,
track us and they see us going to broadcast stations, they might be able to make that leap.
They might.
First problem with your plan. 1, how would we even know where all these broadcast stations are? I know of one, and that's only because of Kara getting snatched by people and happened to hear the radio thing.
Mm.
I know where a couple are.
2, how do y'all expect to get there safe and breathing and with all our limbs, no offense, if they can pop in and check in on where we're at anytime they want? We're gonna
I
lead
would
them
not-
right where we're going that way.
With that
They
logic,
found us
we
out in
can't
the
do
middle of the
anything.
woods. They'll find us in town. They'll find us there.
We can just stand in a circle so we can see in every direction and fight them when they show up.
It's gonna be a fight. There's
Just a suggestion. Why wouldn't you try and get the ring first?
Well, yeah, but then that only protects Elaine, right? Not all of us.
Yes, but I mean, it'll be very difficult for them to find you compared to. Never mind, it's a stupid idea, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, it's not that far, but we'd have to leave Elaine behind the whole time.
Where are we going?
To Misery to get the magic
Oh.
ring.
Do you not remember River telling you about the wizard in town?
Oh, he can make us all one.
Ah, that might take
some
a.
time.
Wait,
She beat me to it.
Elaine, I need all of the money.
why?
For what?
Oh,
Because we still need a
Um,
plan.
Owen says we can get you a magical ring here.
Yeah,
that'll
River
hide you.
said she'd look into it.
But I thought we just go to the wizard.
I thought River
Go
was
straight
talking
to
to
him.
him because he's working kind of for her.
Well, probably with. I don't know if we have.
I thought she was going to be like an in-between. Because we don't even know what the hell his name is.
wizard guy.
That's not a name.
I still think we could beat these guys in a fight.
Oh,
don't-
trust me, darling. It's going to turn into a fight at this point. We're not outsmarting them. We're not outrunning them. It's going to turn
Okay,
into a
you
fight.
greatly overestimate how strong we are.
Kenny, at the break, I'll let you fight these guys.
Okay.
I think he got into a one-on-one and ended up with a concussion and a bashed up truck. And they weren't even using magic. I don't think we can take on guys that can ambush us whenever they feel the desire.
Maybe not right now, but there's a lot of shops in town. can get supplies, we can get things.
Can we get
that we'll
bigger
need.
guns?
Potentially, we're gonna need them.
Maybe we just rest here, because I'm kind of bloody still. And then we go see the wizard.
Shifts.
Oh,
even
yeah.
if we're in here.
A nap would be a good idea.
Yeah, that thing really got you. Like, I thought it was going to just chew you in half.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have jumped in on it. Kind of regretted it when it bit me.
It was a cool stab. It was very well executed.
The first time I used this thing.
Knives are cool.
Now I want a bigger one.
Like a sword? Or
Yes.
like a machete?
No, sword, like...
A two-hander.
Ooh.
Ambitious. Well, they probably have those in the great city of Ecstasy.
I'm gonna give you all the money. But don't go spending all of it, because we still need food and things like that.
We won't spend it all.
I'm not giving it to Kenny.
Yeah, I rolled a shitty deception.
Kenny?
You don't believe a 4?
I didn't believe it without you rolling.
Kenny's just gonna blow it all in the casino.
You didn't need to roll for me to tell you were bullshitting.
Well, I mean, huh?
Veda's very responsible. She can take care of the money.
I'm gonna open up my bag and I'm gonna dig through it and I'm gonna pull out a pouch that I've just been stockpiling everything in.
We're rich.
Not quite, but we've got quite a bit.
What the? This is more than I make.
It's more than I think we've all made.
Oh, and I have this, and I pulled out 1 token.
I pull out 2 tokens.
Well, how about you get to yourself something nice with that, Kenny?
Get some bubblegum.
What was the share from the job from Colin?
Jack?
The share from the job.
Oh, I just threw it all into party funds so that everyone can use it. I didn't split it because I've got a bag that's just sitting in my backpack. That's just all of the money for everyone to use.
She became our bank.
Yeah. Dash gave me all his money and I just kind of... The jobs we do, it all goes in there. Total, for everybody to use, we have 178 tokens right now.
If I could get like 2 or 3, that'd be awesome. That way I'm not...
You're taking this whole bag with you. You're going to the stores. You're getting the things you need.
Are you currently walking
New
around with
weapons,
none?
Ammo.
I don't have any.
So you have 0, I have 1, Veda has 2.
I don't think any of
Hell
us
yeah.
have personal tokens really anymore, except maybe Boone.
Yeah, I got some from
Boone, how many do you
a
have?
plant.
I have 25.
Whew, rich.
Ooh. Money.
Yeah.
There's 178 tokens here to our name.
To get weapons?
I want y'all to get weapons within reason. If you're gonna use them, get it. I want y'all to get ammo. Try and find more of those armor-piercing rounds, like we found at Kane's and Demon Arm. Just in case.
Every time you say Kane, I just immediately am thrown to the other campaign.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
right?
it's really confusing. Like in my head, I see a paladin standing in a scrap shop, and it's weird.
I don't know why you named him that.
Because my name generator shows it.
I think of Sandman if anyone has read Sandman.
Mr.
The Cain
Sandman.
Able there. Yes. No, not that Sandman.
There's definitely some places in town we can go to get things.
No, I know. There's quite a few. Don't
these-
split up. I don't want
these
y'all going
guys,
off on
like,
your own.
Alaria type magic?
I
Or is
think
it
so.
like me magic?
more.
They
I
like
think
They're more like
possessed
Alaria.
that
They just-
guy and spoke through him.
Like
Just-
crazy Veda magic?
Oh,
That
well,
magic's not
can
crazy.
you just like disappear?
Me?
Yeah, because they can. I saw it in
He
the
disappeared
forest.
into just a cloud of smoke. It was gone.
Smoke. I've never done that.
So
I kind
not
of like
you, I
being
guess.
seen. I guess.
And we like seeing you.
That is the plan.
Yeah,
I
they're
have
like
a feeling
creepy
they're more
evil
like
magic.
Alaria. They didn't seem the
Okay.
entertaining type.
They probably steal souls.
Because I know the kind of weapons that work on me, but I don't know what
I
works
like my
on
soul.
other magic.
Do you?
I have one, right?
Well, I mean, magic's magic, right? It's just y'all can do different things.
If you want to break it down that way, I guess. I'm sure.
I
I'm
doubt
sure if
you'll
it stops
find
one
anything.
type, it stops the other.
But if you stumble across stuff that may help against people using magic, if we have enough. I don't know if something like that exists, but
I'll keep an eye out when we're shopping.
you
Ellen
probably know
might-
best out of us.
Well,
We're
Yeah.
gonna rest first, right? Because if stuff goes down, I'm not.
Oh right, and I look just like a hole in my chest. Yeah.
Yeah.
A bite
I'll
mark,
try.
not necessarily a hole.
Rest up, do what y'all need to. Either way, I am staying here for a while. I'm not gonna go out there with y'all.
All right, you can either rest here, you can either here at River's place or at Talia's. It's up to you guys where you want to go.
where does Kenny want to go?
Yeah, Kenny, where do you want to go?
Who's
Isn't
Talia?
this the only place that's warded?
No,
That we know of.
no. It is more than you know of because River said that she had her place warded as well.
Oh.
And she said that it was usually like something that if people like doing stuff in private, they usually will have their place warded. I think she told you that. If not, that's information I'm giving you for free.
Okay. Kenny would not want to go to Talia's because if there's any chance people are following him, he does not want to lead them there.
Who's
Talia is. That's Kenny's sad chick.
Yeah. And Kara's also there, and he
His
does.
boo thing.
Like Kenny will refuse to lead the possibly lead people to Kara, so there's no chance he'll go there.
Who's
Well,
Kara?
That's his main hoe.
Yeah, that's the number one. Talia's the half. You know, like
They're living together.
yeah, they're probably each other's number one now.
It's a complicated
The stories they will tell.
His side chick and his main piece are living together.
Yes.
Essentially.
Things
Cool.
went south at one point, but yeah.
I got some
They're
bad
probably
news
each
for
other's
you.
main
I don't know
pieces now.
these descriptions work anymore if they're living together, buddy.
But no, we're not going to tell this. Either other
Why
one, I
not?
don't care.
Why-
But
Why not afraid you'll run into something you won't like?
But
kinda.
we shouldn't leave
Doesn't want to
Elaine
lead bad
anyway.
guys there. We should just stay here. That way we're not like leading bad people to the neighborhood. Totally the reason Kenny doesn't want to go there.
I believe him.
Mhm.
Is it,
Don't-
is it
don't
like
roll the
is it
insight.
night? Is it night or is it just everyone's kind of tired?
Everyone is very hurt.
I think it's just me and Kenny that are really hurt.
No, I think Elaine got hit too.
Oh,
I can't
little.
Elaine
Looks
is
like you have
showing
full
full
health.
health.
Am I? Oh.
Yeah, I
at
was gonna
full
say
health.
it's just me and Kenny are oof.
Veda's
I
the
won't-
only
Oh
person
no,
I
yeah,
can't
you know what?
see.
It got you
really?
instead of me because we shot in punched at the same time.
I had to run to get you to heal me real quick because I was at 4 hit points for him.
Yeah, I
Huh.
took the next round to just grab Rory
Oh wait,
instead
no.
of going back into the fight.
That's an NPC. I can't see Veda. Yeah, so just
All right.
Veda and Kenny are hurt.
So we're resting here.
Yes.
Do they
Dibs
have-
on the couch.
Are there beds?
Jump over on the couch.
No, it's
a
just
spa.
a
It's a back room.
it's a warded room in a spa. There's not much in here.
Is there anything soft?
There's like a meeting table with some chairs, and there is a couch. Yes, but
I'll
that's about
sleep
it.
on the meeting table.
We can get some towels if you'd like. There, Ken.
I
Oh,
want
Kenny
Fart to
uses
never
his
live in
wings
here.
to make himself a bed.
Oh,
Like, probably like a 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk.
No, we said no to going there. You sit.
There's beds.
Talia also has a lot of beds too.
she does. She has a fridge. She makes hot chocolate.
Wait, who has a fridge?
She has a live-in chef.
We
Well,
are
not
Yeah,
not.
she does.
We are
An
not
executive
going
chef.
to Talia's.
He speaks French.
No. No.
No, we can't leave
Kenny,
Elaine.
they're not pets. You can't just tell them no and think it's gonna work.
I
We
can
gotta stay
try.
here just in case they try to bamp into the spa. You
Yeah,
never
what
know.
if they try to hurt her?
They don't know we're here.
They
you
know the
stand
last place we
watch,
were, and that's
'Cause
the
you
truck
don't
right
get as much
outside.
sleep.
They
Let me
don't
sleep.
know where you are actually because you had the see invisibility spell on, and you kind of drove around a little bit, and there was no sensor when you guys went in here. So as of right now, they cannot find you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The easiest way to keep Elaine safe is if we're still clear and we leave. If they don't know that we came here and we go somewhere else, and they do manage to see one of us, then they won't have any connection between where we are and here.
But
They may
Well,
just
no,
go
we're in
after y'all, though.
ecstasy. Wait, Elwin, can I see invisibility one more time on the walk over?
Fine, whatever.
Okay,
Oh.
so I'll see invisibility again, and we'll take Elaine, and we'll go to the comfy house. I don't really want to be here if Bernadette comes back anyway.
So are we going to River's house?
Let's vote. River's house.
River's house.
You
Not
know
River's
that's-
house. Sorry.
Talia's
You know
house?
that's where that's where
Talia's
Bernadette
house.
lives, right?
I meant Talia's house.
I raise
Talia's
all
house.
4 arms.
That's a lot of votes.
Oh,
I
hey,
do
you
have-
and Karya are gonna get along great. You guys
I
can
do
play.
ha- I do have to go for the luxury.
Yeah, you guys can play quadruple patty cake.
Be amazing.
Anyway, okay, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. And Veda does her usual body slumping and going upright. I see that. He's talking to you, Boone.
I still don't like it.
Well, get used to it. It's gonna be a little bit. Anyway,
I ask you a quick question, Elwin.
fine.
You said that nobody was living on Chorus anymore,
I don't recall saying that.
or that everyone left, something to that effect.
I don't recall saying that.
You must have imagined it.
Insight check.
You go for it. I will be shocked if you pass this insight check.
Let's go. Let's see.
I've insight checked Elwin before. It took me like 5 times, but I got one. Sort of. Did he leave to roll his dice?
No, he.
No, I had to
went.
go get my sheet. That would be a. It's good, but it's not great. It's a 20.
I got a
30.
30.
Whew.
Is you said the number is fine.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's good.
I
I just want to know is Elwin an ally? technically.
Do you consider him an ally? Because that's based on what your consideration is. And according to what the face you just gave me, I'm going to go ahead and say you don't trust him at all. So I don't know if you would necessarily consider him an ally.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Like, do you actually consider Elwyn to be on your side?
Veda
No.
does.
Veda does, yes. This is Boone.
I was just wondering if I could use a thing, but
What's the thing?
I don't trust
Lowered-
him.
Would it
lowering
lower
his-
his die?
Okay. So,
Actually, I like Elwyn. Here, take the face.
Elwyn kind of walks around the room a little bit, and he kind of is looking around, and he grabs a pile of dust off the counter, and he's like, I could make this, but this is more fun. And he grabs a little bit of something else and just holds them up to his mouth and blows it, and then runs through it in Veda's eyes. And he's like, all right, that's all. See you guys soon. And Veda's back.
My eyes. Oh, it's like a crud in them. Do I
I
do I see
hate
anything
you
cool
guys.
and invisible?
You see like glowing writing, not necessarily writing, but symbols all lining all over this room.
Magic everywhere, my dudes. What do I see anything when I look at Muffin?
No, because this isn't like a detect magic, it's just see invisibility. Then forget that I said detect magic because I'm not. That shouldn't be information you know.
It's not detect evil entity.
Yes.
I mean,
Just out of that question, Mad, was Boone there when they cast it, when they were looking at the body?
I don't think so.
I
Okay.
think
He
he
went- he
was.
I
When we
thought he
saw the
went back-
tattoo?
I thought he went back inside.
Didn't I call Boone and Dash out to help me?
Yeah, you did.
Possibly.
I think so, yeah.
But I mean, we were looking at the body and not really at.
Yeah.
Because
Boone,
Kenny
so
was
I-
watching out the window.
Yes. But anyway, yeah, like I said, you weren't really paying attention to that anyway, so. Plus, Boone is
Alright.
just magic in general, so I mean.
Giant
Natalia's. I hope she's
sign on
home.
her shoulder.
I was gonna give her the magical, cool, multicolored daisy. I hope she likes it because I forgot to bring the plant.
Okay, so yeah, you see the symbols all over the room, and they're like glowing like an orange color.
Ooh.
And you walk out, is what you're telling me?
Mhm. Okay, don't forget the signal, guys.
Yes, this means we're good.
No, it means the orb
I got
is
it.
there.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you in the shins when I need you to be quiet.
That's not nice. And I walk away.
Where are you going?
Okay. So
to
you
the
guys are
place that I
heading to
don't want to go.
you guys are heading to Talia's place then?
Talia.
Okay. As you guys walk into the rich neighborhood, you start looking around, and you guys have never been shown River's house, correct? Like River's never taken you there? I don't think so. Right?
No.
No.
Okay, well, doesn't really matter. As you're walking into this part of the place, you do see a house kind of a couple houses down as you enter in that has those orange symbols all over it again. And then as you're walking along, there's like 2 or 3 more that you see along your trek. And then once you walk up to Talia's place, you see them again.
Damn it.
I'm gonna tap Elaine every time I see like a warded house and be like, "That's a warded house."
Is Elaine
That's a
coming with
warded
you? I
house.
thought she was staying behind.
I thought Elaine
I
was
thought-
staying.
Yeah, the see invisibility was so that Elaine could come with us.
But
Okay.
that just makes you know that they're watching us. It doesn't stop them from seeing us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna try to get us all in one place because it's a 5-minute walk. Were we
Well,
not?
I don't know.
I
I
thought the
mean-
idea was to keep Elaine safe where they didn't know where she was.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
okay.
of
Never mind. It was
like,
just
it
for
was-
us then.
It was to separate you guys so that like you guys would be in a different place if they do end up watching you and they have no idea where Elaine is.
Oh, okay. Okay, tracking. Got it.
Yeah.
Never mind. Then
So-
I would tap Boone and be like, "That's a warded house. That's a warded house."
And then yeah,
That's a
as you
warded
come up
house."
to the steps, you see like the white like quartz looking pillars of her staircase with her lovely like snake decor of the like hand railing down the steps, and you walk up to the door.
Ding dong.
Does her house have like a family name or anything on it?
No, she
Okay.
won't tell us.
And when she did tell you, I believe Elaine rolled an insight check and didn't know if that was actually accurate or not.
Oh, jeez. I think I do remember that now that you say it.
I was not here last time, so I don't know.
That's correct.
I was just wondering if I saw anything that would make me aware of anything.
Roll a history check.
That's an 18.
Okay. I'm gonna say no. Nothing
Okay.
really jogs your memory. Yeah, I don't think so.
Cool.
So yeah, you guys walk up and ring the doorbell, and there's no answer. And then you ring the doorbell again, and finally a woman comes to the door, and she's like, can I help you?"
Do we recognize her?
No.
Oh, we're here to see Talia and Kara.
What does she look like?
She looks kind of older. She's a human with her hair is kind of starting to gray. She's about probably 5'5". She's
Talia,
got
you've aged. You've been cursed by some kind of forbidden artifact you found in a tomb.
she's got like a duster in one hand and like a broom kind of just by her side, and she's like, "Sorry, Miss Talia and Kara are not in right now. Talia's been out for quite some time. Well, about a week. And Kara stepped out a little earlier. If you know them, though, what did you say your names were?"
Kenny.
Oh, I'm Veda.
Gray. I think Kenny here might be the most well-known.
Oh,
Better.
yes. Master Kenny, come on in.
Oh, they still like you.
Kenny, Master Kenny, your room is upstairs. I'm sure you remember. They made us, you'll see when you get up there. And for the rest of you, I am aware of your presence, so feel free to roam and enjoy your stay. I'm just going to continue cleaning, okay?
For sure. What was
Gotcha.
your name so we can call for help?
Oh, well, I don't really... I mean, sure. My name is Susan,
Thank you, Susan.
but
Uh,
I'm just the cleaner here. I don't really do the help part.
Oh.
Kenny
I
is
see,
going
okay.
to hesitantly go look at the room.
Yell if it's booby trapped.
Booby trapped.
Oh, Susan, before you go, you said Kara stepped out earlier today? Earlier this week?
Earlier today, although she has been away for a few days, and then she came back yesterday, and I believe she went out for some food. I'm not sure, but yes.
I was told y'all still had a refrigerator.
Yeah.
Let's
Here.
go eat. Let's go eat.
They can help you.
We just beeline it.
Sprint
Yeah.
like little kids.
We passed out in here
And
last time. It was
Is
amazing.
it,
Anybody-
is it like a stainless steel fridge? Can we
Yes.
get like our
It's
grubby little
fancy.
fingers all over it? Okay.
Yes. Just a quick question.
Did Boo
Meow.
mute your mic?
I
didn't done-
mute it. Boo did.
Our
That's what I
Dungeon
said.
Master's cat
Boo.
muted.
Anyway, yes, it is stainless steel. Does anybody remember what the chef's name was?
Pierre,
True.
Pierre?
was it not? I'm guessing because he was French.
Sous chef. His
That was a
name is Sue.
guess.
Was it not Pierre?
Pretty sure it was actually.
Hell yeah. How could you, like, if you have a French chef, he's gonna be named Pierre. That's just law.
For our note takers, is that accurate or like?
Okay,
She
let me
is our
verify.
note taker.
Well, we also have Elaine.
Okay.
Lane is currently muted, so might not be at
It
her
was
computer.
before the werewolves, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Kara and Talia talking. In the morning, Talia gave me bear claws. Where is it? I don't think I wrote it down.
This cat needs to back off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pierre is right. I just wanted to confirm.
That's right. It's totally right.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah, sorry, my notes don't go back that far.
That's perfectly fine. You weren't even part of the game, so it would be weird.
Come on, that is not acceptable.
Anyway, let's just go with Pierre. Comes out and he's like, "Oh, welcome back. I didn't know we were expecting guests. What can I get for you?"
Oh, we were gonna raid the kitchen, but
Oh, well, this is fine. If you want to raid, I did not mind. I will go back to my baking.
what are you baking?
Muffin?
That
Bear claws?
seems very aggressive.
Souffle?
But okay, calm down.
Okay.
I am baking for tonight's dinner. I am making Yorkshire pudding. But it is not a sweet. If you would like me to make you something sweet, I can do that for you.
What kind of gravy you got accompanying this Yorkshire pudding?
Green peppercorn.
Ooh.
It's going with a prime rib roast. I see the look on your face. I take it you enjoy prime rib roast.
Very much.
Well, I mean, it was just supposed to be for Kara, but I can make a little bit more. And yes, I will go back to my. Do I need to be making you something?
No, do you have a little tiny vase, maybe?
You
Just I want to
might
put this daisy in it for Talia when she comes back.
you might
have
want
to-
to ask Susan about that. I do not know about the
You don't keep
things we.
vases?
Why would I keep vases in the kitchen?
I always keep my vases in the kitchen because then while you're cooking, you see a cute little. Not that I can really cook very well, but I always thought it was nice.
That makes no sense. I'm going to go back to my prep.
Okay. How does the daisy look? It's been in her bag this whole time.
You're pulling it out now.
Mm-hmm.
It still looks pristine.
Wow.
No damage to it whatsoever. It hasn't wilted at all. It just looks just how it did before.
I'm sure she'll really like it.
And if you recall, the ones that were in the circle all died.
Wait, will it die if I leave it by itself? Is it sucking out my life force?
No.
Kenny,
no,
hold
no.
it. No, Kenny's not here. Gadget, can you
Kenny.
hold this really see?
Oh yeah, Kenny went up to the room.
Yeah.
So Kenny, once you go up to the room, you see a gadget. Nothing happens. You see a gift basket on your bed, and a card.
And a pair of panties
What?
What? No.
Okay.
lying on the bed.
I pick up the card and read it.
Can you read?
I think so.
No.
Boom.
He was raised in a tree.
I think
Wait, I mean,
thought
Kara
we
would
established.
know.
I thought we established that you can't read.
I thought so.
All
too.
right.
Bakara would have known
I'm not
that.
trying to be rude, like say,
Yeah.
"Oh, Kenny's so stupid," but I think you've said in
Yeah.
the past that Kenny can't read. I could be wrong, but yeah, you pick it up and there's words on it.
Okay.
I
Kenny's
know
gonna
these.
take the card down and try to find a member of staff.
So Susan,
Yes. And ask her to read it for him because he can't read.
okay. So you bring it to Susan, and she's like, "Oh, yes, I can help you. I believe it's supposed to be personal. It's
I can't read.
okay. Well, don't tell anybody I read this to you then. It says, Kenny, I want to thank you for what you've done. I'm sorry for all the trouble. And feel free to take this basket as a token of my appreciation. And it's from Talia.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't give it. You can't respond to a card.
Thank you for reading it, and I take the card back and go back to the room.
Mrs. Steal Your Girl. That's what that is.
Mhm. Thanks for the girlfriend. Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, I guess I'll go take a nap.
Okay.
Very long nap.
So what is Ken's reaction to this? Because you're just stunned, it seems.
I would say it's kind of similar to Kenny. He's just he goes back to his room and just sits down, and he doesn't touch the basket at this point. He's just sitting there trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
And that's where the trap is.
He's not falling asleep.
You need to sleep. You have like
I
5 hit
know,
points.
but he would have slept if he went anywhere else. He's not. I guess I'm
I
gonna
feel
use
like
hit
the
dice.
comfiness of the bed is a
Yeah,
wisdom save against falling
yeah,
asleep.
let's do a wisdom save. Because like that's the thing is
I'm-
like you can try and resist sleep as much as you want, but sometimes when you're just dead tired, it's pretty hard.
So that's a 25.
God damn.
Okay, that's fine.
You're like, fuck that bed.
I'm good at wisdom save, but I'm good.
No,
I'm gonna
don't
take,
do that to the bed. It's nice.
So
They
I was
have
at
cleaners.
10.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna take some hit die, but yeah, he's not sleeping.
I'm sleeping.
Okay. Is everybody sleeping other than Kenny? Is it, or is Gadget just...
Nighttime?
No, it's probably like mid-afternoon.
No.
I'm just living it up in my glory here. It feels nice to be in a big house.
Gadget, just for reference, by big house, probably about probably about a quarter of the size of the inside of the wizard's place.
I'm gonna roam around, see what I find.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
So
I used all 6 hit die and got perfectly enough health to max out.
I'm sure nothing
Yeah.
terrible will come of this.
No, do I have a level of exhaustion though?
yes,
so.
so there are a total of 5 bedrooms in this place, and a total of I think it was 3 bathrooms. 2 of the bathrooms are decorated like just as very, very nice bathrooms. One of the bathrooms is decorated in a very specific snake motif of Talia. Each of the bathrooms has like a very large bathtub and also a very large like rain shower in it. Talia's bathroom has like their own like specialty soaps and makeups and things like that they've actually gotten from Touche de Paradis. And yeah, exploring the house. The kitchen, like the dining area, is quite large. You go into the kitchen, it's all like high tech equipment. You look outside, everything is like there's a in the backyard, if you want to call it that, is a solar bank with a bunch of like generators to keep the power going. And then everything water related in the towns that are set up are all well water. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he lost power to his headphones.
But now he has it back.
You good? I can't hear. Oh, now we're good.
Just kidding.
Never mind.
Am I back?
Yeah,
Oh, there
you're
we
good.
go.
It's like sometimes it'll be good, sometimes it'll be bad. Try talking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. Okay, what did you hear up to? The solar bank?
Yeah, the solar bank with the generators.
Yeah, so everything in these towns is well water, so they have a well in the backyard as well. And yeah, the whole thing is a very nice setup. The house has been decorated well. It's well maintained. She has cleaners, an executive chef, and just random things to help out around the house.
Out of curiosity, what kind of snake is the snake motif?
Just a general snake.
Okay.
It's like a. I don't want to
wasn't
say.
sure if it was like cobras or like something.
Viper,
I'm-
constrictor.
I'm trying to think here. I think it would be more constrictor because I don't want it to have like the cobra back.
Like the
or-
frill.
Yeah, I want it to just kind of be like it would be straight, but it's always like curved.
Okay.
Like the taps on the tub are like snake heads, and then the actual the where the water comes out, the spout, is a snake with an open mouth.
Okay. Like I didn't know. Mostly us, because like the other thing is if they're like angular, then they're venomous, and if it's like circular, not pointed, then it's more like a constrictor or normal snake, and non-venomous. So I didn't know if her
Yes.
motif was like venomous or not.
I would say yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of a mix between the
Okay.
two. It's kind of a mix of constrictor and venomous between across the house.
Okay. Trying to get a feel for this person that I've never met before.
Oh, trust me, you'll get a feel of her. What are you shaking your head for, Kenny? Anyway, so Boone, what are you doing? Just living it up?
Yeah. Just kind of taking it all in, grabbing some food, laying in some couches. If they got any books, I'll read some books.
Yeah, they have some books around the place. Another thing I forgot to mention is there is a bearskin rug which has two heads on their living room floor in front of the fireplace.
Both from the same neck, or like one on each end?
Both from the same neck.
Okay.
I'd hate to be the rear end head.
Anyway,
It's like cat dog.
yeah, basically, yeah, that show. Yeah, it's just a bear that was mutated, but she has the skin of it.
Noise.
Anyway, so you guys are just chilling out when the door opens again. Oh,
Hello?
Boone?
Does this sound like Kara?
Yeah. I didn't know you guys were in town. Hi.
How's it going, Kara?
Not too bad. How's it going with you?
Oh, I can't complain. Got some admirers following us, but we thought we might hang out here for a little bit, get away.
Oh, well, for sure. Make yourselves at home, as Talia said last time, and now that I'm here, I can make sure you guys are taken care of.
Yeah, how are you two doing?
Well, she's here pretty rarely, but things are doing okay. I think she's supposed to be back soon, actually. She usually tells me about how long she's going to be. Who are you? And it's nice to see another one. And she holds up 4 of her arms.
I'm Gadget. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How long have you been this way?
A long time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna go set my groceries down, and
You need
I'm
a
gonna
hand?
go. No, I got 4. Susan, I brought the groceries. Just make sure they get put away. And she's like, I think I'm gonna go actually take a shower. I wanted to get an early start to the morning, so I woke up and immediately went out for these. So, I'm just gonna go hop in the shower. Boone,
You need a hand? Okay.
No, elephant in the room. Is Kenny here?
Somewhere. I don't know what room he's in. He might even be napping, but he's here.
Kenny, roll a hearing perception check.
That's kind of why I'm asking how you 2 ladies are. You guys are
18.
18. I'd say you hear her talking downstairs, and she's like, "Yeah, we're fine. We're okay." And then she's like, "I'm gonna go hop in the shower though."
Kenny's
Are
gonna
you going
come
down?
Yeah, he's gonna come downstairs.
Okay.
And if there's a couch that's not anywhere near anyone else where they're sitting, he's gonna just try to kind of sit as far away from anyone as possible.
Aw. Sad,
Okay.
awkward boy.
So you have probably about 20 minutes before anything happens here. So
He's not talking. He's sitting.
okay.
Was he being quiet? Like, is he trying to not be heard by me chilling on the couch?
You would know he's there, but he's making no attempt at communication. Just kind of like, if I'm over here, he won't see me type deal.
I know that strategy.
I use it all the time.
Kenny, Kara was asking about you.
I heard.
Okay. Just thought I'd let you know. And I guess apparently Talia should be due to come back pretty soon. I don't know exactly what Kara should know better. But
I heard that too.
I was eavesdropping the entire time.
There's a vent like right here. Okay.
Kenny's just staring off into space. You can tell he's not really paying attention.
There's some books here if you want. This one's pretty cool.
This time he just like
Wait, I don't think I know that.
You look dead, Kenny.
I'm fine.
You don't look fine.
Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
To be fair, he has had a short rest and his health is back. Are you just talking about tired?
Yeah, from being
Okay.
tired.
Okay.
But I'm
He's
exhausted.
handled
And
worse.
I'm exhausted and have no hit die left. I'm great.
You rolled all your hit die?
I did.
Okay. Okay, so if you guys are just kind of chilling there, you hear the water turn off, Kenny.
Kenny
Okay.
just takes a deep breath and kind of like sinks down just a little bit.
Okay, so after about 5 minutes or so, she comes out of the bathroom. She's got a towel wrapped around her hair and around herself. And she starts walking upstairs because that's where all the bedrooms are. But as she comes out into the living room, she sees Kenny, and she kind of smiles and she's like, hey Kenny, did you want to come with me?
Sure. And he will get up and go with her.
Hey, why are you laughing?
Because I am in a fight or flight mindset right now.
Because he's nervous.
And now is when Kenny fails the wisdom save and falls asleep.
Just gets up,
Okay.
falls over.
So she walks you up to her bedroom, and just to be clear, it's not the same bedroom as Talia.
Good.
And she's like, you can just sit down on the bed. And she walks into the walk-in closet in her room and just takes about another 4 or 5 minutes and comes out with clothes on.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing a sex scene.
Yeah, I was hoping, honestly.
You were hoping there was a sex scene?
Hoping there was not one.
Anyway, she comes back out and she's like, so I want you to know that I was very upset and angry, and things had like just happened and there wasn't a whole lot of stuff going on to, kind of help me process. But now I'm helping out Talia and doing work here and keeping the house secure, and I mean, this house is amazing and I don't have to do anything. She has all these people. Doesn't matter. We lived on the streets. Doesn't matter. I just want you to know that, like, we're okay. I still miss her and I'm still upset about what happened, but we're okay. Are we okay? Like, are you okay?
I'm okay. There's not a day that I don't think of her and regret what I did.
Yeah, I get that, and I understand that I didn't make it the easiest on you, but you also have to understand that it was a lot for me. I had just come from the Found Friends. I was looking forward to seeing her and talking to her about all the stuff I went through, and I just lost her immediately. So I don't hold it against you. I understand. But yeah, we're good. Now, you look like you're about to fall asleep. So feel free to go sleep in your room, or you can even sleep on the bed here if you don't want to move. But I'm gonna go downstairs because supper sounded amazing.
It was
And
good
she's
seeing
like,
you again.
we're not done.
Well,
Calm down.
for
It's
tonight.
like, this is the first time. No, stand up. And are you gonna stand up?
Yes.
Okay. And she wraps all 4 arms around you and gives you a big mute hug. And she's like, what? Turn around.
What? No. He turns around.
What is this? And she pulls off a sticker from your back and she's like, I'm a
What?
big girl?
Veda.
Okay, well, you can have this back because you're a big girl apparently. And like I said, feel free to sleep here. I'm gonna head downstairs though.
Okay. But he's gonna go back to his own room.
After she walks downstairs, so it's not awkward that they're both leaving at the same time.
Yep. And he's
Anyway.
gonna plot his revenge.
Oh, you can't know for sure it was Veda who put that sticker on you.
He knows.
I mean, you were the one who went and got the shot, so
That's true.
New plan: find a big girl sticker and stick it on the back of Kenny.
Anyway, so Kara comes back downstairs and she's like, so Boone, done anything cool lately?
Oh, just been wandering town to town, been here, there, do a performance every now and then. That's actually how I met Gadget. It's a big fan.
Oh, really? You know all about Boone and his traveling and shows and stuff?
Oh, he's heard all of my escapades while we're traveling along the way.
He's told me many stories.
Oh, well, that's great. I'm glad you have a fan on the surface.
I think we're getting there where misery is a hotspot for the great Boone and Muffin. Hoping to branch out here in Extra City. Was here in like.
Fortunately, your promoter disappeared.
Yeah, well, I'll figure something out. I was here like Safari. That's a new place I haven't heard of. Maybe I'll test the waters there.
I've never heard of that place either, but I haven't really left Extra City that much. Pretty much just when I was traveling with you guys, I left Extra City.
That's fair. Were you born here? Did you grow up?
I was born around Extra City, yeah.
All right.
My parents kind of got rid of me though when they saw, these things, and she waves her arms around.
Were you not born with those then?
Yeah, that's not like that's not a thing passed on. Are your parents just regular human?
I don't know if they're still around, but yeah, my parents were humans.
Yeah, I never really thought of that. I thought it was just born like a genetic line thing.
Well, no, if you're basically the way I was kind of explained it by one of the older mutes in the community, if your parents are pregnant and they're kind of near places that they shouldn't be, hot spots, or they go swimming, which only dumb people do that, it can really affect the baby, the fetus, and when they come out, they will have different mutations and things like that. Two mutes can give birth and to a perfectly normal child, actually.
Fascinating. And now, I don't mean to be rude. Mute is a acceptable term. Like, am I allowed to say that, or how do you?
It's okay for me to. No, I'm just kidding.
That's
Yeah,
our word.
It's fine. It's just a short form for mutants.
But like that. That's just what the name is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. I mean, you might not want to say it to a bunch of people, but like I don't mind.
Okay. I just wasn't sure. I have to be well received if I'm to gain in popularity.
That's fair.
Hey,
So
Boone,
Gadget.
I hear that word come out of your mouth, I'll kill you.
The long, wait, the long one or the short or both?
I'm messing with you. You're fine.
Just
Okay.
don't let Kenny hear it.
Okay.
Honestly, that got me too. So Gadget, tell me about your life. What have you done?
I fix things. I help people.
Okay. That's it.
I mean, I travel around from town to town, and I repair what I can for people.
That's fair.
What I've been doing for a while.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, good on you. I know there's a lot of people with broken stuff around here.
He did really well on the truck, actually. He was working with a buddy of Dash's, fixing it up.
I was till it disappeared.
Well, yeah.
Some varmint came and stole it in the middle of the night while we were sleeping.
Couldn't figure out how to put locks on it, but
Right after I put my solar panels on it too.
Oh, you should check out what's it called? The Expensive Feather. It's the electronics store in town. The Expensive Feather Electronics. And I wouldn't do much of that repairing stuff in town here because you'll probably get run out of town by the Tiny Tribute repairs.
got a bit of a monopoly going on.
Well, I mean, if you're doing it for free, he might get a little upset, yeah.
Oh, I see. I was thinking working on our own.
He affiliated with any of the factions?
The guy with the Tiny Tribute repair?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
He kind of just works on his own, and Texas City being the biggest settlement in Texas, actually one of the biggest cities in the world. He does pretty good business.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're looking for solar panels, the electronics store will help you out.
What's the electronics store called?
The Expensive Feather.
We do have
There's
a couple of tokens there, Gadget, if we want to pick one up.
Okay. I do need to get a little one to help charge these batteries. Is
So
there
are
still
you? Sorry, go ahead.
Is that there used to be this little like back alley place. I think they sold weapons. They still in town?
Well, I don't really have a need for weapons at this point. I have what I need. But I think you're talking about hot shots.
That sounds about right.
I don't know if they're still around, but I see little paper signs every once in a while when I go to the market.
Yeah, that'd be the ones. They never were really big on getting any fancy advertising. I always wonder if they're about to go under.
Selling
Honestly,
out
I
sale.
think they get I think they get enough action from the underbelly because they're kind of hidden away. So
You and Talia aren't working with any of the factions, are you?
I don't really know a lot about what Talia does, to be honest. She just will tell me that she's going to be taking off for a bit, and then she comes back. We hang out for a few days, and then she leaves again. But I'm not working with anybody. She's gotten me to do a few things for her, but none of them have to do with the factions.
Okay. I just know they can get awfully picky about who does what for who.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you said she's actually coming back pretty soon, hey?
Either today or tomorrow, yeah.
Right on. It'll be good to catch up with her.
It'll be nice to meet her. I've heard a bit about y'all.
All good things, I assume.
Yeah. Nothing bad.
They got 4 thumbs up.
Just to be clear, Kenny, what did you do with the gift basket?
When he gets back to the room, he's gonna look through it and see what's in it.
Does it explode?
Yeah, it just blows right up.
Bye bye, Kenny.
You guys hear a giant explosion from upstairs. No.
Feathers float
Art's
down through
like,
a hole
yes.
in the roof.
Yes.
Oh, they're making chicken.
No,
Chicken for supper.
It's prime rib, not chicken. So, in the basket is a few different kinds of chocolate. Like fancy preserves. You got marmalade in there. You have some like different types of crackers, cheese. You know, it's like a food gift basket, but a fancy one.
So yeah, he's
Ah.
definitely gonna try some of it, but not let anyone else know it exists.
That's fair.
Really comes down smelling like chocolate.
And then Gadget has the nose for it. Gadget's tongue just goes upstairs, but
Grabs one.
You had no idea.
It's a heart attack.
That's what it's really good for. Stealing people's food.
Just goes up
Okay.
through the fence.
So you guys all take a long rest, and well, not you guys, but Elaine, Veda, and Kenny take their long rest.
Yeah.
I get half my hit die back.
You sure do.
Woo!
But you're not exhausted no more.
No. How often do we use hit die anyway?
Every short rest. Which I have forced upon you guys a couple of times. So what are you guys doing after your long rest? Are you going searching for a wizard? Or are you going, what are you doing?
Searching for weapons.
I'm gonna radio Elaine. I don't know if we're too far away. We'll be like,
You
Elaine, were
too
there
far away.
ninjas?
You would be too far away.
She didn't answer there.
I radio back in a high pitched voice. Yes!
I don't even sound like that. Rude.
Oh my stars!
Oh,
I hate
Lord.
y'all. I'm not even there. I can't hear what's going on, but I hate
Oh
y'all.
lordy! I have the fevers. The vapors.
Elaine, no, I'm coming.
Okay,
Stay
also-
strong.
After this long rest, actually, we'll take a quick break because it's 20 after 10. So we'll take a quick break and come back in like 15-20 minutes. Sound good?
See you
sound
later,
good.
everyone.
So go get your
Okay.
snacks, go get your drinks, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
See you in a bit.
we are alive.
Did y'all get your snacks? Did y'all get your drinks?
Did you all get your toilet time?
Did y'all
No.
listen to White Bat Audio on YouTube to these smooth beats with synthwave vibes?
I've been listening to it the whole time.
Sounds almost
Same.
like smooth jazz.
Just, rock out to it. Anyway, back to the game. You guys finished your long rest. You woke up and came down, and there was a note sitting on the counter that said, "Prime rib leftovers are in the fridge."
You're just like, yes, I slept through dinner.
Kenny
Going
tries
for it.
reading and be like, everyone's dead.
What?
What?
That's what the note says, and I pass it over.
Don't pretend to read. Just,
You can't read?
it says,
Why would I need that ability?
it
I
says
guess
that the
given
fridge
your
is empty and that
background-
you should go forage for food outside.
Like, reading brings no real benefits in life.
I'm
Dash.
so sorry.
Dash could do magic after he read a little.
That's true.
I read that book and could do magic.
No.
Well, then why did I open it and the thing fall down?
Elaine did that. Like, I wasn't gonna tell you, but now I feel like I really should, because it's a
just a
hazard.
voice in your head. I know I did it. Don't try to discourage me. And Kenny walks away.
Oh, my
Oh, no.
God.
Worry about that.
Elwin's
Another
created a
time.
monster.
He's created a monster.
Have y'all not tried teaching him how to read?
I didn't know he couldn't.
No, I don't think he can.
We-
Ever.
We've been a little busy.
Elaine's not with us.
Ba-doop.
Kenny
guys
just
left
yells
your
through into the
comms on.
room. I can still hear you.
Even though you're out of range.
Well,
Yeah,
we did
should
not
go
know
see
it,
Elaine.
but the spa has a radio directly to Talis.
They have two
Yeah.
tin cans and a string.
I mean, I am kind of worried about Elaine.
Elaine has lured the scrying spell.
Ooh.
No.
That's what she just does on her time off.
I mean,
yeah.
we should eat a lot of this food first, and then we should go check on Elaine.
Don't we
Yeah.
need to go buy weapons?
Dinner was pretty good. Yeah, she did give us money to go buy some weapons and stuff.
Because I thought we came here so they couldn't track us to her. But if we immediately go to her, that kind of defeats the purpose of us coming here.
How will we know where to find the wizard guy to get her the magical thing so that they can't find her anymore?
River was worrying about that. We just need to get weapons so we can kill the shadow people.
I thought you weren't killing people anymore.
Right. We just need to get weapons to protect ourselves
can
from the shadow
Maim
people.
the shadow people so they'll learn their lesson
If we
and
turn
be
them
productive members of society.
if we turn them into nuggets, it's not killing them, it's just giving them a taste of their own puppy.
Aw.
There's a place in town.
I don't think
Called,
I've heard
Hot
that
Shot.
one before, Kenny.
Haven't heard that saying before. have you?
And they sell weaponized puppies.
We should go.
It is
Okay,
now a
so
saying.
weapons first. I mean, does everybody really need new weapons?
Well,
Or we just need ammo?
Have you
I-
ever seen
Veda, I'm turning you into a weapon, so you don't need a new weapon.
And my body has always been a weapon. This is true.
I would like either a better gun or like a better stabby stick.
Or something that can like shut down whatever this magic is.
Cause like my gun makes people explode. My knife just goes like pokey pokey, and I want more than that.
You want a knife that makes people explode?
I don't think I can do that, but like if I could cut like off of them, that would be perfect.
Like a sword.
That's extreme.
That I want one of those swords. Those are the long ones, right?
Yeah.
Or like
Well,
a
yeah,
chainsaw.
that-
It's real heavy though, isn't it?
She's
It's real
really
loud.
Do we? But that needs gas.
Yeah,
The sword
sure
just
does.
needs like stabby as I'm pretending to swing.
Oh no. Do you know how, like, are you capable, like, are you gonna stab someone who you shouldn't be stabbing?
Kenny,
I-
who are you stabbing?
Bad guys.
Are you sure?
Well, I won't stab my friends. That would be mean.
I'm not so great with the swords and all that, but I think a sword is more like slashing. I don't think you're gonna be stabbing them, especially if it's like a long one.
Oh, I can do that too.
You get a rapier and do the poke. That's fancy.
Well, what do I need that I can just go and go? Huh?
You need the Buster Sword, my dude, and that is oof, that's expensive.
And I don't
Let's
know
get
if we can
that
buy
thing.
any materia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are y'all really talking about stuff from a game?
No.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
I'll
Kenny's
start
just-
breeding-
fantasy.
Oh my
I'll start breeding the
God.
chocobos.
I'm just doing what Kenny would do and agreeing.
Kentucky Fried Chocobos.
We
'Cause,
should
like,
stop by Hot
This
Shots
way,
and see
if
what
I
they
end
have.
up close range
Okay.
again, I
And
can
maybe the
hurt
expensive
them
feather.
more without them tearing me in half again. It's more than just a
Yeah,
pokey
but then you gotta
pokey.
put your rifle away and then draw your sword, and then isn't that they'll stab you while you're doing that, or they'll
I can-
shoot you while you're doing that.
Well, if I'm that close, I can like set my gun down and grab my sword.
Okay, well, if you want, I can take you guys to the. Do you guys know where the market is?
Hi, Kara.
Hi, I was here, but
I'm sleeping.
I'm
sorry.
assuming Kenny would know where the market is.
You could
yeah, I guess
show us
Kenny
around.
moved in here.
Well, yeah, we should all go together. It'll be fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can come with you guys.
Just Dude,
Unless you need to wait
but
here for
what
Talia
if
to get
they
back.
find out she's with us?
Who are
Who
they?
can give her a disguise? Make her a bench boon.
There's people hunting us.
What's a walking bench look like?
Sorry, I thought you said you had admirers, Boo.
I'm kind of fuzzy on the details. My head wasn't in the game, but
Like-
it sounds
Shadow
like there's some
assassins.
magical.
They poof in and
Killers.
out of existence. They turned a couple mercenaries into chicken nuggets. They're not good people. I don't want them to get you.
I suppose that's fair.
I am so mad the chicken nugget thing made it into the game.
That's how you described it to me.
Outside of game as Cat, not as Elaine.
It's in game now.
Oh shit! Did we leave him? We
He's
just
with
leave him sitting on the
Elaine.
floor.
Bye.
Guys,
What do we do with this nugget?
Yes, you left him with Elaine.
This is why you guys can't have pets.
It's not get our
Hey.
pet.
No, but you're this irresponsible with a human being.
Well, a puppy is cute. I would remember a puppy. Especially if it was a murder puppy.
Oh, my-
Anyway,
continue. I'm not there.
yeah, no. No, I don't need to wait for Talia. This is her home. I don't need to be here when she gets back, so.
yeah, let's go shopping.
Yeah, we'll just give her a disguise. Oh, what if you make her look just like Gadget? Then it's like, oh, we have two, like Gadget's long lost twin, with arms, and they'll never know.
Okay, I'll be working on this disguise. Are you good responding to Gidget?
I suppose.
Okay. I'll break out the disguise kit.
All right, so roll your disguise kit with. I think we said charisma was the modifier.
Probably. Oh. I'm gonna change that to a 14 I rolled. And it was on 18 and then it moved to a 2.
Nice.
No. And I am proficient with it. So what is that? +6, so 20?
Yep, 20.
Oh wait, 21.
21. Okay, so you guys take a little bit of time, throw a little bit of stuff at her face, like kind of just dress her up a little bit, and sure enough, it looks like a skinnier, lankier version of Gadget.
Kenny just says under his breath, "How does she make Gadget look hot?"
Oh my goodness, Kenny, calm down.
Gotcha, bitch.
It's like when you use the Snapchat filter that turns you to a girl.
No,
You're like,
well,
oh.
Okay.
well, no, you've baldificated her. Like you have to make her look like she has no hair.
It's
She
a wig
has-
cap.
Yeah, we're giving you temporary alopecia.
That's amazing. No one
Um,
will ever know.
I don't look good.
You look
No,
great.
no offense, Gadget. But I guess is
You
this
look
really
great, is what you meant
is
to
this
say.
Really all necessary?
Yeah, because this way,
At
Well, this
least
is
be
what
like,
if
this is
they
what Kenny
see
wants.
you this time, they won't know it's you.
okay? Let's go then.
This wasn't my idea. That's all I'm saying.
You guys might want to work out your backstory.
Long lost
Alright.
twins?
You got cut off at backstory, by the way, there, Luke.
If anyone questions you.
Okay. We're twins. Is that good enough?
Great backstory. I completely believed you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not an actor, but yeah, let's go. So you guys head over to the marketplace, and she starts like pointing out like the different shops and things, and she's like, so where do you all want to go first?
Where's the weapons?
Weapons?
Kenny
you-
whispers it because, yeah.
You want to go to the weapons shop?
Yeah, may as well check that out.
Okay, give me a second. And she kind of like looks around at like the different alleys like leading into the market. And she's like, oh, and she walks over to like a paper sign with like scrawled note on it that says "Hot Shots this way," and she's like,
ooh,
I guess let's follow the signs. And sure enough, like she starts walking down the alley and starts going to another alley, following signs, each with an arrow pointing in a different direction. And finally, you show up at like this garage door that's open on the side of a building, and there is a silver dragonborn standing on the inside of the shop. And he kind of is just like tinkering on something on his counter, and he looks up and sees you guys and just puts it back under the counter and is like, "Oh, welcome. How can I be assistance today?"
We're looking for some new weaponry.
Well, you've come to the right place. Cortic will take care of you. What sort of weapons do you desire?
Do you
I
have
don't
a
know
you
about
say
the-
court or courts?
Everybody talked at once.
Sorry, so verification on the name.
Cortic. Cortik.
Very well.
I'm not sure about the rest of them. I'm looking for something that can like shut down a magic user.
So
Got anything like
a gun.
enchanted? But what if I can't see them? Is there anything that like
Oh.
kind of stops? Like I know the gun does kind of stop all magic once it lands. But let's say
Oh, you're meaning to.
they're quite tricky.
Okay. Well, let me think on that. What about you, sir? What can Cortic help you with today?
Do you have like a sniper or a really big sword?
I have both.
Ooh, is the sniper better than this one?
Is that sniper good?
It's a sniper.
I need a little bit more description, my man.
I take it off and like, yeah, see? Sniper.
He can't read.
Give me about 5 minutes to examine this. What did you roll for there, Boone?
I just rolled a preemptive persuasion in case I go to bed here.
Okay.
You guys won't like it.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah.
Dirty. I rolled a 3.
Damn.
Speaking to Veda and
All my
Veda
negatives.
and Kenny, that probably hurts a little bit. Anyway, so he's like, okay, for you, you're looking to strike someone invisible, is what you stated, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. While this might not be exactly what you're looking for, this attachment, and he holds up like a scope, this can actually help you see what's hidden.
How does it work?
Well, you stare through the scope and you can see invisible objects and things.
It's really cool.
One second. Can I test that?
Do you have a way of testing things?
If you'll allow me, I can maybe. I know a few little tricks and things. I'll summon an unseen servant. I've never actually seen what it looks like.
Oh boy, I get to come up with this, hey?
Horrifying nightmare creature. With a bow tie.
There's eyes where they shouldn't be and arms where they shouldn't be.
It's a terrifying version of Dobby.
But yeah, like this thing's always just helped me out. But yeah,
What?
I can
Do
see
as you wish.
Once
but
you
I
see it, you'll
guarantee it
never
works
sleep
for you.
again.
All right, so I don't need to worry about it. I'll just cast it. So I'll cast an unseen servant.
Okay. And then you take the attachment and you stare through it, and it looks like a minion.
No.
Is it wearing the overalls?
Yellow and wearing the overalls.
Oh.
We need you to draw this.
I don't want to.
We need it.
Do they always look like that?
No. They change shape and form depending on when you cast.
Just gonna take my eye out of the scope. So this,
When you look up, there's nothing there.
yeah, and so this looks just like your regular scope you put on a gun.
No, it looks a little bit larger. And roll an investigation check. Actually, Gadget, also roll a perception check.
Perception.
Well, no, you're investigating. He's perceiving.
That's a
That-
natural
I
20.
believe is an 18. Let me double check.
Good thing I'm 22.
22. Okay. So as you kind of investigate it a little bit, you're just looking around it. It's a little bit bigger than normal scopes, like it's bigger than the one that Kenny has on his weapon. But something you do notice is kind of embedded in the side of it is one of those tiny pyramid shaped things that have like it's kind of a clear and then it has like the little eye in the center of it.
Illuminati.
Mm-hmm.
And Gadget, what did you get for perception?
15.
Yeah, you see it too. Just on the side of the weapon as he's, or not weapon, the scope as he's like spinning it around. And you recognize it to be the same type of crystal that they had at the wizard's place. I don't know if Boone had seen it, but I'm pretty sure you were told about it from Dash or Ilaria.
Yeah.
Yeah, that rings familiar, but I can't remember.
Stream crashed.
Uh-oh.
How long ago?
I don't know. Usually my internet cuts
I
out,
didn't
but
have
my
it.
internet didn't cut out. My internet's still fine, so this is weird.
Yeah, it's not
Uh,
there.
It's back up. Okay.
I'm not sure when you guys cut out, so that doesn't really help. But basically, Boone found a scope that can see things that are invisible, and he just examined the scope. It's a bit bigger than normal scopes, and there's one of those little pyramid-shaped crystals on the side that has like the little eye in the center. Basically, the thing that transmits magic.
Mm-hmm. But no, size-wise, I was just wondering, because I'm like, can you use it just like as a regular seeing glass?
You can use it as a regular seeing glass, like it is like palm,
It is big
Thick.
enough to.
But it would also attach to your weapon.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, this is
That's
pretty nifty. Did you make this? You find it?
I do both. I make my own custom weapons, and I find treasures in the wasteland.
Fascinating. Found a few neat odds and ends out there, but never nothing like this.
Well, this is one of the ones I have made.
Ah,
You will never find something like this out in the wasteland unless somebody has stolen my work.
Oh.
or
Or
if we
bought
bought
it and
one and
died.
perished out there. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess.
You should make like a spell thing that once the person who owns it dies, it zaps back to your shop.
I don't think that's possible.
But the
think
profits.
It could be. Yeah, think about it. Because
I
I mean,
will-
only they bought the
I-
right to use it.
We'll think about it, yes.
And
Speaking
you
of
should put
buying,
my name in the spell title because I helped you think of it.
Probably not. Go ahead.
how much are you asking for this thing?
For this piece in particular, I will be asking 25 token.
25. What do you guys think? Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I can't cast, or I don't think someone can cast it all the time, so that would be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Just walking through
You
town.
just you just got the one of these?
Oh, do you have a version that's like a monocle?
No, I need
Oh.
a big piece to work with.
That would have been cool.
I unfortunately do only have the one piece. I have never found a scope big enough to apply the enchantment again.
I see. Well, yeah, we better pick it up before someone else snatches it.
Well,
I think it's a good investment.
that
Well,
will be
can totally
25
haggle,
token.
though. You can totally haggle him, though.
I can.
25.
That's not a very good whisper,
You
ma'am.
She
Well, I don't know
did
that we're done
this. You
looking
couldn't
quite yet.
hear her.
Yeah, whisper.
Sorry, what was that, Gadget?
I don't know that we're quite done shopping yet.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah. You help the others. I'm gonna be buying this one though.
Okay.
Do you have a better sniper?
As for your sniper, I do have something that might be of interest to you, but it is quite expensive.
Oh.
The fact that you're already saying "oh" means I might not even want to speak with you much.
We
more.
have money. We have money.
Ah, good. Well, that's him. No.
Are you
He just
okay?
like eat
Someone's
something.
driving a motorcycle into.
Do you have the basic sniper rifle?
Yes.
Okay.
With a cool scope, right?
Laser
It doesn't
sight.
it doesn't have a cool scope.
Angel gave him a laser sight. So this one here is a little bit better than yours. It has the same. No, it doubles your range. But on top of that, it also hits a little harder.
Ooh.
Now, if you're interested, that is only going to be 50 token.
I turn to Veda. Can I?
Wait. Let's see what we, because we had a list. We need armor-piercing bullets.
I already have some of those.
Oh, but Elaine wanted more. I mean, our associate wanted more.
Why do you hide this person's name?
Her name's
They're
Elaine.
kinda a
Wait,
big
we're not
deal.
telling her. We're not saying Elaine's name.
They, male, female, or otherwise in between, are unknown to society and wish to remain that way.
Oh, God, it's frustration.
Interesting.
Well, I can tell you that I don't really care about this person. But if you're looking for alternate ammo, I can help you out in that department.
Yeah,
No.
they,
Is the ammo you're looking for something to go inside a shotgun, perhaps? And he kind of like points his hand toward.
All the slugs.
So it's like a little display unit with 5 different types of slugs in it. Not
He has
slugs, but like 5 different
they-
types of ammo things.
have a handgun thing. I don't know guns very well.
Oh, she has
A small weapon.
Mhm.
Not a problem. I do have variety. But I can tell you that these shotgun bullets are interesting as well.
don't
Anyway,
think anyone
moving
has
on. Boone does.
Oh,
I do have a shotgun.
Well, I have regular ammo. I have armor-piercing ammo. And then this one, as it fires from the barrel, it ignites when it hits the oxygen, and it will burn the victim as well.
I like that one because they set people on fire before. Well,
It's like it's poetic.
yeah. And I think they would like that one. How much for a box? I don't know. How many bullets do you buy at once?
You're incorrect, sir.
You buy them per clip in the apocalypse.
Per clip.
Yes.
How many in a clip?
Well,
It depends on which one you're looking for. So, I can sell you the fire, or I could sell you the armor piercing, or I could sell you the regular ammunition. Which is of interest to you today?
Fire.
Very well.
And the armor piercing.
Maybe like a party pack, just kind of.
Very well. So for the armor piercing, you will receive 20 bullets. For the regular bullets, you will receive 20 bullets. And for the fire ammunition, you will receive 10 bullets.
Or how much was it?
It is 2 tokens for the traditional ammunition. It is 4 tokens for the armor piercing ammunition. And for 10 fire bullets, it is 10 tokens.
Wait, but is there like a group discount?
Oh, like when we buy a lot of stuff together.
Are you looking to buy in bulk?
Well, this plus the things for everyone else, and I was kind of wondering if you had anything cool that I could throw, because I have these smoke grenades, but that's kind of it.
I do have something that might be of interest to you. You seem the type that is interested in the art of martials.
Yes.
Very good.
Punching mostly. Grappling, actually, the majority of the time when they're not.
Oh, balls.
So much bigger.
Sorry. Actually, armor piercing is supposed to be 5 times the regular amount.
Oh, well, I
We'll
mean, we're
take
getting a
'em.
discount. We're getting a discount.
We're gonna take that 4 token deal.
Okay, sorry. That I'm just gonna raise it to 6 because it's not gonna be as expensive as the other one. But you guys also have the ability to bargain. But sorry, my apologies. I didn't read the whole ammunition chart. Where was he?
Giving
Art
us
of
everything
martials.
for 20
Art
tokens.
of martials. I can provide you with this ninja star. And he just opens up his jacket and there's like 4 ninja stars hanging from it.
Whoa.
Is that a sure you can?
Sure.
I can. Oh, I don't think I've ever really practiced throwing stars before. Do they do a lot of damage?
They don't pierce very deep, unfortunately.
What about something I can scatter on the ground and then people can't like run at us?
That I feel like you could get from any sort of salvage shop. Not my specialty weapon. You know?
I suppose that's true. I mean, I just got these knuckles, and I probably shouldn't be buying more stuff because they're.
What kind of pistols do you have?
Oh, you're a man after my own pistols.
I'm gonna go to
Anything
bed. I gotta
special?
go. I gotta wake up. Have a good night, guys.
You too.
Good night.
Oh no, everyone's gonna break.
Oh no.
It's again.
I mean, this is the Shattered Earth, so it makes sense.
Sorry. Okay, so you're looking for pistols?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can tell you I've found quite a few in my time. What is your poison?
I don't know what you got. I'm in the market to look. I'm not sold on what I want yet, but maybe you will convince me of the amazing pistols you have, and you will find something that'll spark my interest.
Very well. How much money do you have on you?
We have enough.
Are you sure?
We'll see.
I happen to have a pistol in my possession that sells for 1,200 token.
It's a little outside of my price range today.
then you do not have enough. And that advises me a little bit more as to what I should be showing you.
Like, is it alive on its own? Does it float in the air and shoot people for you?
No, that would be insane.
I mean, it's
This
a lot of
one
money.
can shoot interesting types of ammunition. And by interesting types of ammunition, I mean these. And he rolls out Veda. No, actually, it was Boone who saw these. Veda, you've never seen these. I'm just going to stop that right now. And he
Oh.
rolls out, and there's a bunch of like needles that he just pulled out from under his desk. This is a air dart pistol. I can sell it to you for 15 tokens, but any of these injections here can be shot out of this pistol, and these injections will be applied immediately to anybody who is hit by them, as long as they don't have a high resistance to poison.
Ooh.
How strong are the needles on the darts? Do they go through armor
Yes,
or soft targets only?
they will go through anything.
Dragon?
When are you going to fight a dragon?
Yeah,
Hypothetically.
stuff happens.
I can tell you that I have never seen it used on a dragon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be. That being said, would you like a rundown as to what these injections may do for you?
Yeah.
This one, and he slams down on the first one. This one is injected. It's a liquid that has its own miniature explosives put into it. And when it injects into the target's bloodstream, the explosives may not be powerful, but they get the job done pretty quick. This injection introduces blah, 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 as a reaction to a condition you determine, and the target takes 12 damage.
Cool.
So basically, they will take an extra 12 damage.
Interesting.
This one here makes the person go a little bit psycho. They lose their mind for just a moment. They see their friends as enemies, enemies as friends. They see demons right in front of them. They see angels if they were to be a demon, but those don't exist, of course. And they are frightened for quite some time. This one here is truth serum multiplied by 50. The target needs to try extra hard to lie to you.
Oh.
This one here, I don't recommend using unless you're very comfortable, because this will make people be all over you. They'll be touchy-feely and, you know, aggressive about it.
Yeah.
A creature hit is charmed. This one here has... Yes. Sorry. Just got home. This one here, if you to inject it into the target, they start to suffer an additional amount of damage per round until they can finally push out the poison. This one here can stun them right to their core. This one here can make them fall asleep. This one here, they start moving very, very specifically. Basically, it's a slow, so they have to slow down their actions. And that's all of my injectables. Would you like a test?
No, thank you. What is the price for the one that poisons them until they can purge their system?
The pain is what you're asking about. That is 10 tokens per injectable.
Ooh.
Kenny,
You
are you
have-
just standing there watching them?
Yeah. What else would he do?
I don't know. Want to try it out?
When he asked, want to try any of them out, he was like,
But the nightmare one, where is it? Do you make it? Do you make all these?
I have learned the recipe, but these were found and I reverse engineered and synthesized them on my own.
Oh, that's big
So-
brain. Wow.
so how could
I-
we test them?
Oh, just give me your arm.
No, no, no,
And he gets like
no.
a big toothy grin on his face.
I give
No,
him my
no.
arm.
It just slaps it down. No.
He grabs it as you try to slap it, and you just slap his arm and it hurts. Gadget. Actually, I don't think you said his name.
Sir, which injectable would you like to see?
Let's take his word for it. Let's not test these out.
How bad can it be?
I feel like Gadget wants to.
No, that's all right.
It's a free sample.
I'll pass. I'll take your word for it.
You're lucky. And he lets go of your arm.
That was dumb.
How
What do you
bad
have
could
that's
it be?
quiet?
What do I have that's quiet? Well, this air dart gun would be quiet. However, if you're looking for something a little more restrained, how restrained are we talking?
I don't like to make a lot of noise, but I like to put holes in things.
Ah, one of those kinds. Again, I will ask, how much money are we talking?
Let's keep it 50 or below.
Oh, my friend. Well, I do have a couple of items for you that you could look at. Sorry, I'm just I'm looking at things now. Um Wow, there's a lot of items to scroll through. I apologize.
You didn't have his whole inventory ready?
What?
What?
No. No, the inventory that like is made up on the spot, or not on the spot, but like made up, is stuff that I do have ready. Like the magic-y items, that's stuff that I'm coming up with. But like the stuff that's actually in his inventory, I don't know all the guns and like whether they would have specialty item, what's the word I'm looking for? Like
Enhancements or enchantments or
Not enchantments, but like the characteristics of them.
Hmm.
Because like if you scroll through the book, each one has like different like things sometimes that like the the demiurge, let's say. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but it has revelation, prophecy, and apocalypse. Like, it gives you the weapons, like the damage it does, but there's also a lot more information if you go and read about the weapon. So I don't know if any of them have that sort of thing. Anyway, well, I do have a couple of things that I can do for you. I do sell silencers, so if that's something of interest to you, I can offer that. Or if you're willing to shell out a little bit more coin, I can help you that way as well.
My pistols currently have suppressors on them, so silencers.
Well, if that's the case, I can show you what I have, but I don't think you're going to be able to afford it. No offense.
It's acceptable.
Now, find an item in your pack that you do not care about. Any one of your packs, I don't care. Could be yours, could be hers, could be his.
Oh, I have the wrapper to this Kit Kat I ate.
I need something a little larger.
Oh, I don't have the toaster anymore.
You're muted.
I have a scalpel.
I said larger.
Yeah, that's all I
Collapsible baton?
Sure. Go and hang that on the wall just over there. Now.
So maybe I kind of care about that baton. No, I never
Do you-
used it.
Okay. Am I doing this or am I not?
Yeah,
Do
it's
it.
fine.
Okay. And he says, give me just one moment. I'll be right back. I need everyone to move to the sides.
Kenny
Move.
takes one small step back.
He
One
comes back
giant
out
step.
with a very interesting looking weapon. It doesn't look like any sort of gun or anything you've seen before. Gadget, you immediately look at it. I'm not going to make you roll a perception check, but you see another one of those crystals on it, but it's a little bit bigger this time.
Okay.
And as you look at it, you see this weapon literally just has a sigil on the side of it, a little stone on top of it along with the crystal, and then when he pulls the trigger of it, a little bit of like a burst of dust appears in the air, and as he pulls the
Whoa.
trigger on it, you see a thin green ray come from the end of the pistol and hit the collapsible baton, and the collapsible baton just vanishes from in front of your eyes.
It's with Dave now.
And what kind of cost are we looking at with that one?
Well, with this one, you'd be looking at, with everything else you have been buying, I would say about 150 tokens.
And if I had to put a fine point on what exactly just happened, what would it look like just happened?
It looked like a ray appeared from this gun, shot the collapsible baton, and then a pile of dust appeared on the ground exactly where the collapsible baton was hanging.
In other words, he has a disintegration pistol.
It is a magical item that casts disintegrate. Yes.
How often can that pistol be fired?
You can fire this twice per day, and then it needs to have some time to recharge.
That would definitely make a dent. How loud is it?
There was no sound.
Wait, is that like 150 for everything, or for the gun?
Everything,
The
everything.
gun alone.
Oh, I thought you said it was 150 for everything that we had.
That's because of everything else you're buying. It would be cheaper for the gun. Regularly, on its own, this gun would be about 300. I'm giving you quite a deal here.
You
And
are.
that's to help you out. But again, I don't think you have that kind of money on you.
Well, the bullets are important. And we should get the scope for Boone. And
What
when
was your
did
rifle,
Kenny,
Kenny?
did you want the gun?
It's better than my gun.
What was
But
the cost for it?
50.
Hey, what if we trade in his gun? Does that get us a little bit?
I don't do
cheaper?
buybacks.
It's not a buyback.
Yes, it is. That was my weapon.
Not my. Wait, this was your weapon?
Yes, I sold that. If you look, and he flips it over, because he did a full examination,
Yep.
and it has his like inscription on the bottom of the gun.
Oh.
Well, fiddlesticks.
We do have Boone's 20 for persuasion.
Yeah, and he already used that and gave you a great
Okay.
deal. You basically, so here's the deal. Here's the deal he's given you. He's given you full price on all of your other items, and half off of the disintegration gun.
How much were the other items? The bullets were 6.
The armor piercing rounds were 6. I don't know if you actually bought the fire ones or not.
We won't have enough for everything, so I think we have like 180, 170, something like that.
It was
There
170.
should be-
Thought it was
with
180.
just the rifle-
178.
with
178.
just the rifle and the disintegrate gun, that'd be 200, which is over budget.
Yeah, ignoring the rifle and everything else, it's not enough still. It'd be like,
You can make it 180 if you take the 2 tokens that Elaine had in her just like personal pocket.
Oh, I have 2 tokens.
But
I
if you
have one.
took the,
That's 183.
Just to
If
be
you took-
clear, the disintegration rate isn't going to be 150 if you're not buying all these other items.
yeah. But you could get the how much better was the rifle, Kenny?
It's a sniper cannon, so it does a D10 and it doubles the range instead.
Just yeah, D8 to D10 and a lot more range. Because I can also double that range again. How much was
we
the
got it.
scope?
We can't do
25.
everything.
That's fine. We can hold off on the disintegrator today. I know it's you're giving us a hell of a bargain, but
I can't tell you that it was.
understandable.
Okay, so what if we do scope and the 10 fire, 20 armor, and 20 regular bullets?
Are you
I
asking
don't remember
me?
how much. Yeah, I don't remember
It
how
was
much all of the ammo was.
2, 6, 10, so 18 from that. And then 50 for Kenny's gun. And then, so that's,
18.
I was at 18,
78,
so
68.
78.
Sorry.
Wait, no, 68.
Yep.
And then 25 on top of that, so 88, and then 93.
93. Yep. So we would have needed like 230. We could throw in Boone's 25, but then we'd still be like 25 short.
We can just we can leave off the disintegrator for now. I know it's a good deal, but
Your choice. But I fully understand. When you broke, you broke. And he gives another, like, toothy grin. Was that be all for the day?
Yeah,
Ah.
I think so.
Oh, it's so hard for me to not chime in right now.
Why?
Because I'm not
We might-
there.
Are we
We
close
might be
enough for
within
the
range.
radio? Radio?
Actually, the spa is not far off from the marketplace, so technically you are within range.
Radio button's just been pressed this entire time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone's sitting on
we'll
it.
keep Elaine in the we'll keep Elaine in the loop. So you can.
Are
give
you
your
keeping me
input.
in the loop?
Yeah.
Totes.
Badoop.
Elaine, I found all the bullets. Nope.
All right. If you guys are keeping me in the loop, do I assume I've known everything going
Yeah.
on so far? Okay. Well, if
fill
y'all
you.
aren't gonna get whatever that gun is, maybe get some of the syringes instead,
That's what I was kind of thinking.
because I know
wanna get
y'all can
Oh.
afford that.
That's a good idea.
I was thinking about getting the pain and the dart gun, but I wasn't sure how y'all felt about the money.
Well, what's the point of
Yeah.
having money if we don't spend it?
The thing is, the more you spend, the less you can buy these fancy weapons.
That's true.
We'll have to make more money.
Just
I
go
also
back
might be
to
able to figure out a
the
way to-
restaurant again.
Reverse engineer the pain. I don't know.
You can do that?
The truth one sounded kind of interesting as well.
That seems really
Okay.
mean.
Can you reverse engineer him?
I'm not saying that out loud. Just to be
No,
clear.
Oh,
I didn't think so.
okay.
Because if you did, I think he'd just fold up the stuff right now.
100%.
This guy's pretty cool, but he's also pretty skeevy, so.
Let's do the dart gun in 2 pains and a truth. What was the price on the truth? Are they all 10 apiece?
No, they're all different prices. Give me 1 second, though.
Okay.
So you're wanting the dart gun. The dart gun is 15.
15. I think you said the pain is 10 apiece.
Yes. And then you want the truth.
Yeah.
You can't handle. No, I just thought that was funny. You're muted.
127 plus truth, and if he gives us a deal.
Truth is 2 tokens.
Oh yeah. Then we'll the dart gun with 2 pain and 2 truths would be 39 tokens.
So a total of 131 right now, I think. Don't quote me on that.
I'm quoting you on that.
I should have said 120.
No, I can do math, and you got it right.
Okay.
That would give us some
But-
other weapons to go with.
Could also give us a better deal. 100 even.
I will tell you what.
Oh, yes. Please let Kenny do the negotiating.
Honestly, something I've thought about, and I'm not gonna like, this is totally meta and everything, is having Elwyn take over for Veda every single time like there's a negotiation. Elwyn just steps in and is like, I'll deal with this.
Listen, I'm charismatic now. I can do it.
Do it then.
I was thinking about that, being like, look, we'll let you stab Kenny a few times with some of those darts to make an impression. So
No,
you
you already got a 20 on your
Wait, how much
persuasion.
is it total? Like without a
131.
discount?
I think the 131 is.
115.
No, the
131
131 was
known.
without a discount.
Oh,
It was the only discount he had offered you is half price on the gun because you guys were buying all this stuff at full price. Tell you what, since we've had such a fun time here today and I got to fire my ray, I'm feeling generous. For all of this, 120.
Would you go lower if I let you stab me with the pain thing?
What?
Roll a persuasion.
Oh my lord.
16.
Not bad.
You know what? Sure.
Wait, how much lower? Because this is gonna. I probably have to carry him back.
You don't have to carry him. He'll just be in immense pain. So he takes out one of these needles and holds out your arm, taps it a few times, and just jabs it in and injects the full thing instantly.
I'm
Like,
100% paying attention.
Yeah, not even slow, just instantly jabs it in. And so you feel like a quick filling in your arm. And then it kind of like dissipates a little bit, but as soon as it like hits your bloodstream, your whole arm just goes numb. You take 1 point of I don't even know what this would be, what type of damage it is. Give me 1 second.
Blood damage.
Blood damage.
Blood damage.
I'm gonna roll the Constitution saving
Antimatter
throw to
damage.
try to not show a reaction to the pain.
Well, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just an additional D4.
I rolled a D4.
Wait. I apologize. It's every time he takes damage, it's an additional D4.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens at that moment, but he just clocks you across your face.
Hey.
He's like, well, I want to show you the effects. And you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he punches you across your face. And it hurts way more than you think it should.
Okay.
See, what it does is it makes you hypersensitive. So, anytime you take a hit, it just hurts that much. You, martial art person, try punching him.
When do I
I'll
get to
do
do
a-
my saving throw?
At the start of your turn.
Okay.
So now, if you want.
It was a 17.
Okay.
Okay, well, it wore off before Veda punches you, so she's just punching you. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't, because you need 2 consecutive.
Oh.
Yeah,
And I have
that's the thing.
disadvantage on Constitution.
That's the thing with all of these saves, is you need 2 consecutive to break free of them.
Natural 17.
Yeah.
You hit.
Was Matt, was one of them actual poison? If this one just amplifies other damage, was there one that did like lingering damage?
The one, it doesn't do lingering damage, but the first one that has like the explosives in it it takes 12 damage.
What is
Well,
that
max
one?
damage.
What are those cost?
6, you said? Is that with the D4?
14 without the D4. Well, actually, I'm gonna say I took off my knuckles,
Yeah.
so it's just 14 plus a D4.
The one that you're wanting
15.
is with the explosives is a token per.
Okay.
Okay, then
And I rolled another 17, so after that, I'm good.
Veda just
So-
goes for like the stomach punch.
just to find out how it works.
Oh, you hit hard.
That does.
Oh, you want
Oh.
to use this one too?
Well, I'm asking. I'm asking you guys something out of the game real quick.
Okay.
They do 12 damage, like essentially like magic or explosive damage or whatever.
So
if
I'm just gonna give you a quick rundown. So this one is a little bit higher of a tech level than what I allow, because it's an injection that's supposed to introduce nanites into the subject
They're not explosives, yeah.
that are programmed to activate based on certain parameters that you set. So basically, you inject it with instructions, and as a reaction to the condition you set, the target takes 12 damage. So what I'm doing is now it's just 12 damage.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is if I do like my tech thing, I can up damage dice from if I put the button on the gun. But since it sounds like the dart itself doesn't do any damage, I wouldn't be able, and it's a flat 12 damage, I wouldn't be able to upgrade the damage on the dart gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out.
So it's just 12 damage or 1d4 per attack.
Yeah.
I cough a bit after Veda's punch and I
Yeah,
can do it again for a better discount.
Oh, really?
Five of the nanites, since they're a token apiece.
So 136 and then down to 120.
Yeah.
But plus the whatever Kenny got for getting injected.
He gave us a good deal.
110.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Down to nearly half health.
Very good. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, and I hope you come back soon. Just be sure to tell all your friends about Hot Shots.
Yeah. Totes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna use the scope
Thanks, buddy.
since Boone is in his coma again.
I
Kinda
just
look
take the
around as
scope
we
and
walk
put it
through.
on my sniper. Haha, sucks to be you.
Gotta
Walking
roll
through
to get this
town,
from me.
rocking around, looking for an invisible thing through town by waving your sniper through the air.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the electronics store?
Yeah.
Very well. So you head in and you see a woman standing behind the counter. She's kind of tinkering with like an electronic. And she looks up. The woman is let's make it fun. Let's see what she is.
Ooh, tabaxi.
You
Ooh, a
think?
tiefling.
Oh, welcome. What
Can I
brings
tell
you
what
in
she's
today?
working on?
Roll a perception check.
Nope. That'd be a nat one.
No, you cannot tell what she's working on.
Beta accidentally
Welcome.
turns and hits you in the face with her elbow. She's still looking through the scope.
Your eye
Okay.
just like is bruised now. What can I interest you in today? It's rare to see your kind coming in for electronics.
Oh, the wing guy?
Not not to apply any racism to the situation, but mutants in general seem to avoid electronics for some reason.
Interesting.
I can't say it's because, well, that might be because they don't have the money for it, but that's not to say anything either.
We're all
Looking
poor equally.
That's fair.
looking for some parts to modify some walkie-talkies and to add some throat mics.
All right, you're looking for microphones? Not a problem. And what other additions are you adding to your walkie-talkies?
I just need to find some circuits and stuff so I can work on adding some. My brain just froze.
The
Secure
encryption.
channels. Yeah, the encryption. I want to encrypt the channels.
Ah, yes. Someone secretive trying to keep your dirty little secrets to yourselves? Not a problem. Follow me. And she walks you kind of down one of the many piles of electronic equipment around. Would you be interested in breaking down old walkie-talkies, or would you want
use something new?
If the old walkie-talkies have what I needed and it's functional, that's fine too.
They are not
Um,
functional, but I believe some of these did have use of encrypted channels before.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the parts in these devices work that I need, that's fine.
Well, I can sell you this whole bin of broken walkies for, let's call it 4 tokens.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think gadgets in parts heaven.
gadgets in part 7.
Um,
Because that'll give me
Uh,
extra antennas too.
yeah, it'll give you everything you need. Was there anything else you might be looking for at all?
Solar cell?
Oh, somebody looking to power something?
Yeah.
Do you need the full system or just the cell alone?
I just need the cell alone.
All right. How big are we talking?
About notebook size.
All right. Follow me once again. And she walks you to the complete other side of the store. And there's a wall kind of lined with just black, which are the solar cells. And she kind of like walks you closer to the end of the hall there, or aisle. And there's the kind of a stack of small ones, about 5 of them. And she's like, you can sort through them and take your pick, but I guarantee they all work.
What are the price per cell? Or how
20
much
to-
you do?
20 tokens each.
Okay,
Power
we'll
doesn't come cheap.
Yeah, we'll take 1 token.
Take
Can-
1 token.
No,
This is a robbery.
so not to like meta, but since we lost Boone, can we get a Veda assistance on this one?
Of course, I'm a great negotiator.
Why can't Kenny help?
I'm a great negotiator.
Can he stay out of this? But
So, he's
But we'll
kind
take the
of
cell in the box.
a super tech. He can totally trade some mundane fixing around your shop for a discount.
I don't need anything fixed, though. I will do my own work.
Yeah, but you can't bother yourself with the little things. Come on, you're a busy
I was
enterprising
literally
woman.
working on a motor when you all walked in.
That's important stuff. He can like fix other things for free,
I
but a discount.
roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
You're not making a very convincing argument.
I feel like it's super. Oh shit. 3 + 1.
Free labor is always
Um,
a good discount or
I
argument.
like
think
it would
I'm
be.
okay for now. So in total, that will be 24 tokens.
You tried.
Not what I mean. That's okay. Thanks, Veda. That's fine. We'll pay
Alright.
for the cells, the 1 cell and the parts.
Very good. Will that be all then?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day and come back soon.
Thank you.
Oh man. Could have definitely done better. I'm sorry.
I was kind of hoping that you would ask your live-in roommate for assistance.
We have a deal.
Wait, but
I can do things on my own.
I
could
mean,
he
I could
save
have got
us
a better
money?
price.
We don't have a lot of money.
We'll just earn more money.
that is how it works.
We spent more money today than I've seen in my life.
Well, we're kind of big shots now.
Kara, do you know where Tiny's Tributes shop is? Is it around here? Is it close by?
Car is still with you.
That's what I was asking. I was asking Kara
Oh,
if she knew.
I thought you said Kenny. Sorry.
Kenny might also know where it is.
Yeah, both of them know. She's like, oh, see that little sign over there with the T on it? That's the one we're going to.
What am I to do? Chop liver?
How much did you spend in the
24.
electronics? 24.
How much do we have left?
Oh, it should have been
That's what I'm
134
trying to-
because we spent 110 at the other place.
Oh yeah,
so it'd be
134. So they'd be
You've got
like
44.
okay. We're still rich.
This is why
Yeah,
I'm keeping track.
totally. So you head over to Tiny. What did I call it? Tiny something.
Did we
is
get
there.
her name? She never told us
I
her
need
name.
tributes.
You did not ask her name, and she did not tell you.
No, Luna.
Unless y'all want to come in, I'll be right back. I want to go ask whoever's in charge here a question real quick.
Kenny is going to follow out of curiosity.
All right.
Maybe it'll chill outside with the scope.
So you head in, and you see a 1 second here. A dark-skinned small creature sitting at a table with like a monocle on. He's got like a big gray beard, pointed ears, and he kind of looks up at you and is like, "Yeah, what do you want?"
A deep gnome?
I was curious if you had any work.
What do you think I'm doing right now? What does it look like? I'm doing work. What do you need?
I was gonna see if you could use a hand.
I do my own work. I don't want to come into your place and ask you if you want work done.
No, I'm asking
Yeah,
if
what do
you
you
want
do
help
with-
around here. I help repair things. I was gonna see if you wanted a hand in your shop.
I mean, I do my own work. What do you? Are you looking for a handout or something? Like, what are you looking for?
No, I was gonna see if I could help you with your under your employment and help you fix some stuff. I'm really good at repairing things.
Yeah, so am I. That's why I opened the shop. Like, what are you trying to move money away from my family? Like, what's happening?
You could take in more quantity.
Oh, you're moving to Extra City?
I'm only here for a few days.
Then how am I going to take in more quantity? For a
Well, I
few
can help
days,
you
that's
get
it.
Through what you've got faster, give you more time with your family, or help you take in more stuff that you can accommodate. Maybe you can get stuff back quicker, charge more for it.
What's the catch?
I'm just looking for some money. I help you, you help me.
Oh, so you do want money?
I want a job. See if you have extra work.
Roll a persuasion check.
That's probably a 11, but let's see. That would be an 11.
You rolled a 12?
I rolled a 12.
Yeah, we send the negative charismas out to do the shopping.
Hey,
Well,
Kenny has
it's
a
not negative
0.
anymore. Oh, Kenny
I
has a
mean-
0?
Yes.
I also have-
-1, 0, and 1.
Plenty of hands.
He's really good at it.
All right. Well, let me think about it for 1 second here. All right, you can trial out. You can go fix that radio that somebody brought in, and if you fix it, then maybe we'll talk about doing more.
And Kenny gets bored and goes back out to Veda.
I'll put a tech point for advantage.
Okay.
Really? Double 11s? That's a 23.
I mean, 11
Oh,
is a
no,
very
you just have plus
middle of the road
12.
roll.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I have advantage. I would like at least a different number, even if it's, less than, to at least have use of it.
All right. So you go and look at this radio, and like a knob is like the knob just spins in place, like it doesn't actually turn anything up or down or change the station on it at all. The speaker is kind of busted, like it's crackling a little bit, and yeah, there's stuff that you can do to it for sure. Takes you about an hour, and you get it all back up and running. And he's like, "Well, that it's pretty good work there. Tell you what, that one was a freebie. Come back tomorrow, and I'll pay you for the entire day." All right, I'll see you tomorrow, bucko.
Sounds good.
All right, so you head out and leave the deep gnome to his work.
Kenny is trying to look in the opposite side of the scope as Veda is looking around for something invincible.
You're messing everything up. Go away.
You come out to Kenny basically doing the not touching, you can't do anything to Veda.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you again.
Oh, what's
Have
the
I
worst?
seen anything cool and invisible?
Before I leave, I want to get his name so I know who I'm talking to.
Oh, so you actually asked?
Yeah,
Gus.
and I'll
It
introduce
seems like
myself
it's
as
Gus.
Gadget.
You're introducing yourself as Gadget. Okay.
How long do gnomes live?
Quite long.
Yeah, we're gonna do Gadget.
What's the worst you can do, Veda? Put a sticker on my back?
Give me 1 second here. I'll tell you in 2 seconds how long they're supposed to live for.
No. That's
Um,
silly. Where'd you even
Average
Say
lifespan is
that?
average
I know
lifespan
it
is
was
250
you.
years.
Okay.
Roll a perception check, Veda. Also, for your name, his name is Rignic.
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 15.
15. You're looking around, but you don't really see anything fancy.
Aw. Okay, let those. You
Wait
can't
1
prove
second.
nothing.
Oh crap.
Another minion? They're everywhere.
No. You're in the market right now, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
sure I like the look on your face there, Mad.
It's not bad. I need to look up something or other, so give me 1 second.
What if invisibility can see through disguise and she sees a dragon walking through the market?
No, it's not disguise. Okay, so as you're looking around the market, you see this door kind of on the side of a building that has a faint glow to it. It kind of shimmers faintly. And when you lower the scope, that's the name of it, the door isn't there anymore. And when you raise it back up, you see the shimmering door, and then it's gone.
It's a magic door.
Where?
I'm gonna like point and put it up to his eye.
Gadget, yeah, you have come out at this point too
We
as
should
well.
go through it.
See, last time I went through a
through what?
magical portal, I ended up possessed.
But we'll be with you
You're
this
n-
time.
Hey, we're like besties at this point, so
I mean, Beth
Kenny.
is,
are you not happy that I've given you I gave you magic, and you're
yeah,
complaining
it's cool.
about me?
It's cool and all. I'm not okay. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. What if I get like? There's only so much room, you know.
No, don't worry. I'll stop anybody from doing it anymore.
Kenny is
Never
gonna
mind.
go and try to open the door.
Oh no, she
You
held it up
can't-
to you,
you
but
can't
she's
see
holding
it.
on to it.
Oh no,
What are you-
but you showed me where it was, so I'm gonna go there.
What are you two up to?
I'll put it up to Gadget's face. Look at the door.
Is the door on a wall?
I feel bad that Elaine is not taking part in any of this.
It's
Yeah.
alright.
Is the door on a wall?
The
Elaine's in
door,
danger. It's alright.
the door
Like when
looks like it's on
like-
a wall.
Okay, so I'm gonna be like fielding around the wall looking for a doorknob, but I can't see it, so I clearly
Getting-
don't know where I'm going.
Get
Roll
over
a-
here.
Roll an intelligence check.
Hey, Madison, is there anything that indicates
17.
what wall that's attached to? What's on the other side of that wall?
Just a random building. You said 15?
17.
17.
I rolled an 18.
Okay, so you actually do remember where this is, and when you grab onto the handle, it's locked.
Oh.
It looks like he didn't make it.
I come back. It's locked. Can anyone pick locks?
No.
Bless
Badu?
you.
No.
Can you pick locks? Badu?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you pick locks?
I mean, I can.
What?
That's Kara.
Oh, right, Kara's.
right.
Yeah,
I forgot she
I
was here.
can't point y'all in that direction. This is on y'all.
Yeah, I forgot
Oh
Kara
my
was
lord.
here.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
can-
show Kara where it is.
Can you
What
open
a
this?
great boyfriend you are, Kenny.
Okay,
Guys,
yeah.
this is not a
Completely
She
forgot
looks
your
like
girlfriend
Gadget
was with
right
y'all.
now. We thought
Hey.
Gadget was standing next to us the whole time.
Hey,
Um,
if I could actually see her,
This is
Let me put on a wig for you.
that would help.
I guess I'm gonna look around and see if I can figure out what building
I-
they're trying to break into.
Don't know whether we should be
Thank you.
like, why are we breaking into a random door?
Thank you. Let's go.
Magic.
It's hiding something. What's the
I mean,
worst that can
I
happen?
can't say I'm not curious, Gadget, but like, I'm not
Okay.
saying we
The
should.
wizard is.
What if
the
we
wizard
just-
that makes magical hygiene
What if we
items.
just peek in and look what's on the other side?
Peeking isn't illegal.
Okay, Gadget, I am
You know-
on your side. We should kind of, scope it out, but I don't think we need to break in
But
yet.
knocking's always an option. Badoop.
I guess
Knock,
we
knock,
could
knock.
You run over and knock.
my
I thought we were
God.
next to the door now.
No, I'm putting up
no.
the
He
scope
came
to see
back.
if anyone answers.
Okay, I go back to the door and knock, and then like, is there like a little wall or something nearby?
I'm going like 10, 15, 20 feet that way. I do not want to be
Like,
standing next to these
Is there a
people when that
bush
door opens.
or a sign or something Kenny can believe he can hide behind?
No,
Ding dong
It's-
bitch, this magic door.
it's a door in an alleyway. There's really nothing else in the
Okay.
alley.
Knock,
You
knock,
can go
knock.
around the corner technically.
No, he's just gonna wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
Try-
around the corner.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to handle this. I would say. Give me 1 second here, actually.
Kenny just has the biggest smile on his face right now. Oh, it's
Okay.
very scary music.
And the
No.
music changes.
So, as you knock, and then you're waiting. Do you knock again or just one knock?
He'll wait a few seconds to knock again.
Okay. After you finish your second knock, the door slowly creaks open.
Is there anyone there?
Well, you hear a creak. You can't
So I
see
can
it.
Oh, I step in.
Gadget,
Oh.
you see Kenny just start to disappear.
Kenny, don't
Kenny,
go
as
in.
soon as you're in, you don't hear them.
Oh, he's gone forever. He's been kidnapped a third time.
There goes the don't split up. Okay.
Dude, Kenny, can you hear us?
No. Kenny, you are on your own. Are you guys doing anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna run up
Shut the
with
door.
the scope up I just
The
tried
door-
to peek my head in.
Kenny, as you walk in, the door actually closes behind you.
I just look and keep going. It doesn't register that, oh, the door got locked behind me because I'm an idiot.
Okay, so
Elaine,
as you-
Kenny just did dumb shit.
What is going on out there? I leave y'all for a day.
Kenny just walked through a door that doesn't exist.
as you walk in, sorry,
Like
I-
the wizard's door didn't exist?
Yes.
It's like Kenny just walked through a door.
As
No
you-
idea what it is, what's inside.
Nope.
Oh lord, this boy's gonna get himself killed.
Might be too late.
okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. As you walk in, you enter a large foyer.
Oh, nice.
There's a red carpet leading up a staircase that is a dark black color. Off to your left hand side is a room that looks like a bar, and off to your right hand side is a room that looks like a study. There is two rooms as you kind of go around the staircase on either side, left or right. There's hallways going off that way, and then the staircase goes up to the left and right again, and then loops back around to the front.
You said it was dark green?
Just dark. I didn't say green.
Oh,
So,
just dark.
I just called out.
Like it's a dark wood color.
I start going up the stairs and call it, hello?
You're going up the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. As you are taking steps up the stairs, you look behind you, and the stairs are disappearing from behind you as you walk up.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy.
Each step you take, the step behind you just wipes away.
So, like, there's no way to go back?
It doesn't appear so.
Okay, I keep going.
Which way are you going, left or right? Really?
Left.
Veda, what are we doing?
So you go up the left staircase, and as you go up the left staircase, the one on the right hand side goes away.
Oh,
So once you loop, so you go up the left staircase, and then you make another left to go up to the next floor. And as you come up to the next floor, it kind of is building as you walk. So you get to the top, and there's a wall right immediately to your left, so it cuts off what you would have seen on the right, and there's a long hallway all the way down to it would be to your right now.
okay. I go down it. Occasionally
Okay.
just calling out, like, hello?
As you walk along, there are doors. There are two doors on your left and one door on your right.
Are any of them unlocked?
Are you trying the first one you see?
Yes.
Okay. It's unlocked.
I open up and peek inside.
Okay, as soon as you peek it. Sorry, I have something in my throat. As soon as you peek inside, what's behind you disappears and you have to go in.
I go into the door.
Okay. There are now a door on your left side, a door on your right side, and a door right in front of you. You've entered a room, kind of looks like I don't know what exactly to call it. Like there's a carpet in the center, and then it's dark hardwood flooring underneath that.
Straight ahead.
You're going straight? Okay. As you go straight, you kind of enter what looks to be like a bedroom. And then there is a door to your right.
So is there anything in this room, or is it just an empty bedroom?
It's a bedroom. There's a table with a chair and a table with a chair and some notes on it. There's a bed and there's a dresser.
It's not like I can read the notes. I'll go through the door.
Okay, so you're going through the door.
And same thing that's been happening is happening again. You open the door, and what's behind you disappears. And when you open the door, you're back in the foyer.
Oh. Is the staircase back?
Yes.
I'm going to go the same path, but not take any of the doors and go straight in that first hall.
Okay, so you're in the hall and you just keep going straight, and after about, it seems to go on quite some time, like longer than it should. And right at the very end, there is a door with a sign on it that says, it says, "Do not enter."
I enter if I can.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
You shake your head. I can't read it.
That is true. As you,
Damn it.
I should not have told you. There is a sign on the door with words. As you enter, you are back in the foyer, but as you enter, you feel a weird feeling come over you, and I need you to roll a Constitution save.
What's Kara doing?
That is a
Kara is kind of just like freaking out, like what exactly is going on. She doesn't know.
that is a 9.
It's 9. You take let me roll here. Actually, this is what the spell is doing, so give me 1 second here.
I'm gonna die in
So-
here.
How have you
A
survived?
little
life.
strange. You walk through the door and nothing like really happens to you, but something just feels wrong. Like your body feels a little bit off, and you kind of like walk by, just kind of walk into the other room and see like a mirror on the wall, and you notice like there's some gray in your hair that you didn't see before.
Oh. I'll go back up the stairs, but go right this time. Theft made me go gray.
So this is going to make you go the other way.
Exactly.
Okay, so you go to the right. Are you guys? This is all happening. Like, are you guys doing anything, or are you just
I
waiting?
mean, I guess Veda's gonna also try to open the door after she saw him go through.
Okay, the door is locked again.
Knock. I think there's been a mistake. Please
Okay,
spit him out.
so as you keep on knocking, the door opens for you as well.
Veda, let me see the glass, the scope.
It over.
Are you going in too, Kara?
Well, I'd like to get Kenny.
All right, y'all go in. I'll stay out here. When
Okay.
the door's open, I'm gonna try contacting Kenny. Kenny, can you hear me?
He can't.
Okay.
I guess let's hold hands, Kara.
Roll an intelligence check. Or do you have Arcana?
Me? I don't have
Yeah.
any. I have intelligence.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay, so just
actually, do
roll.
I have Arcana?
Do you? I don't know.
Do you?
I do not.
Do
Okay,
any
so
of
just
us?
roll an
Intelligence.
intelligence check.
That's a 17.
In your humble opinion, Kenny is in a different dimension right now. And unfortunately, walkies do not have the technology to communicate across dimensions.
Not yet.
As close as he might be, you could not speak across other dimensions. Even with the door open, he's there
Yeah.
and you're not.
Well, I need to get one of those crystals now. New thing to add to the walkies. Dimensional signal.
Wouldn't need it if it wasn't for Kenny.
Something
I
I will
guess.
point out, actually, now that you bring that up, is while you're looking at the scope and you're like close up to the door here, you do see one of those crystals at like the very top of it, just a small one.
Okay. I'm gonna take a step back.
So we're
So-
gonna go in.
Veda and Kara are heading in.
Elaine, all three of them have gone in now. I'm staying outside.
So Kenny, you're up on the right hand side. You guys enter, see the same
Lord.
thing. There's a foyer with a red carpet that heads up the stairs. There's, I don't know why I said foyer, but it's foyer in my books. And
Potato, potato.
on the left hand side, there's like a bar area with seating, and on the right hand side, there's a study. There's the staircase that goes up with the two sides, and then underneath the staircase, there are two doors heading to the left and right as well.
I'm gonna shout, Kenny!
Kenny, you don't hear anything.
Kenny! Do I see any signs of footprints of where he might have gone?
No. That doesn't make sense in this context.
I had really
'cause
muddy
the-
shoes.
I don't know
'Cause
that.
It's well, no, I'm just saying it's like it's resetting every single time. So
Yeah.
no, you wouldn't see any
Um,
tracks.
Is Elwyn still in her head?
Elwyn
Oh
is in
yeah,
her head.
always.
You know what? Stop using the cheat code.
I don't ask
No,
Ellen for stuff all the time.
That was not a cheat code. I was wondering if her switching dimensions changed the connection with Elwyn.
Oh, yeah, no, Elwyn's there. Like Elwyn is technically a party member at this point who follows
Yeah.
Veda everywhere. Elwyn is pretty much Muffin.
He's my familiar.
Now the rest of us just
anyway.
need someone.
Oh,
I'll do my best. Kara's like, this place is fancy.
hello? I think our friend went into your house.
Shh.
What?
We just entered somebody's house without their knowledge, and you're gonna call out and be like, "Hey, we're here. Come kill
Well, I mean,
us."
they might be doing something to Kenny
What
right
if
now.
what if they're murderers?
Then we should find out where they are so we can save Kenny immediately.
What? Yeah, great. We need to save Kenny, but like, calm down. Like, don't make yourself known. That's like breaking and entering Rule 101.
Break into places that much? I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I broke into places all the time when I was on the streets. And the key to breaking in was not make yourself known.
Oh, okay.
Twice, apparently.
What was that?
I said the key to breaking in apparently is knock twice.
Yeah, that's fair. Veda, are you still looking around with your scope
So
or
with
no?
the scope, no, I gave it to Gadget.
Oh,
He grabbed it, and I was like, yeah, okay.
ooh. Okay, that's fine.
Should have let Kenny take it
s-
in. He would have been fine, Ben.
So you guys, where are you going?
You want to go to the bar, or is that not on the... No?
Are you wanting a drink?
I'm curious what
well,
a
we can-
magical
We can go
bar
see if
has.
Kenny's there.
Yeah, I bet he's hiding.
Does Kenny
behind
like
it.
drink? Yeah, Kenny drinks. Yeah, he drinks, right?
Yeah.
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 I've seen him drink. All right, let's go. And you go over to the bar, and like I said, as you walk into the bar, what's behind you fades away, and now you're in the
Oh,
bar.
no.
So do you sit down at the bar?
Yeah.
Okay. As
And
you
Piero?
sit down at the bar, you start hearing like faint like whispers.
Are we still being sneaky, or do you hear?
Yeah, I hear it too. Roll a perception check for hearing.
I mean,
I
it's
think
not
I'm the
different
only
from
one
the
that
regular.
matters.
Yeah.
I rolled a 2 plus 6.
Kara rolled a 22.
Thanks, Kara. I
Plus
suck.
what?
That's what she rolled. 22.
How do you
I-
roll a 22?
She rolled an 18 plus 4. Wait. Do you hear that?
No?
Listen closely. And
that one
as
video.
you like listen in a little bit closer, you hear the whispers and what they're actually saying, and it's just repeating the same phrase over and over again. And the phrase is, "What can I get for you?"
Oh, that's very
And
nice.
she's like, I'll have a gin and 7. And suddenly, like, things at the bar start floating around. And after about a minute or so, a drink appears in front of Kara. And she's like, thank you. And she tries it, and she's like, her eyes kind of go wide, and she's like, this is actually not bad.
I only have 2 tokens on me.
What did you... Are you doing the whispers?
Yeah.
I'm gonna like take my 2 tokens and put them on the bar. I'm like, can I get a lemon drop?
So once again, stuff starts floating around, and about a minute later, it appears in front of you. The tokens don't move, though.
Oh. Try it. Is it lemony?
It's very good.
This is a nice place. Thank you.
Kenny,
We're having a great time.
as you continue walking through, where are you going? You went to the right this time. And like I said, the hallway now, you would have been on the left. You have a wall right beside you.
Yep.
And it goes down to the left this time. And you see, it's a little weird because you go to the left, but then it spins around, and now the left is now on your right. And that's kind of the floor plan. Because it's like you take the left staircase, and then the left, you turn another left. So now the left is the right. So you have a hallway all the way down to the left this time, and there's 2 doors on your right and 1 door on your left.
I'm gonna take the 1 door on the left.
The 1 door on the left. Okay. So as you open the door, you see a room full of bottles filled with liquids. So, but like by bottles, I don't mean like alcohol bottles. I'm talking about like alchemy type bottles.
Drink them all.
I'm going to pick up a random one and drink it.
No, you're not that dumb. You have a negative 1
Lord.
to
You have
intelligence.
a decent wisdom. You should know not to drink random
I have
crap.
a good
You're-
wisdom.
As
you're-
fun as
you're
it
not-
is.
You're not
Good
Betra.
point.
I
I
don't
don't-
know. That verdict's still out on that one based on this game.
What I am going to do, I'm going to open up my bag and dump a bunch of them into my bag.
Okay.
That would be logical. Person with wisdom could do that.
Yes. Okay, so you grab a bunch of them. As you kind of look around the room a little bit, there is a hatch right underneath, not right underneath, but kind of in the corner. There's one on the right-hand side and there's one on the left-hand side.
I go through the one on the right.
On the right? Okay. So I'm starting to get pain on my ear. That hurts.
I know.
Anyway, so you go on the right hand side and there's a ladder, like a wooden ladder going down, and it's dark down there.
I can see in the dark. I take the ladder.
Okay, like by dark down there, I mean like you can't actually see past it, but like as soon as you enter it, you can actually see things, like it's bright again.
Okay.
So you take the ladder down, and as you look around, there are different like notes and drawings and things on the walls, sigils that you don't really recognize. I'm not going to make you roll an intelligence check because I know you don't know magic at all. But you do recognize them as like magical drawings and things like that. Different concoctions for spells, because like you did look through the necromancy book, you kind of know the idea of how they should be pieced together, and it looks very similar but different. There's no like drawings of dead bodies or anything like that here.
So it's all just like papers and notes.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
But by papers and notes, I mean like, not canvas. The word I'm looking for isn't canvas, but it's like an
Parchment?
easel with paper on it and like writing on that type of thing.
I'm gonna tear some out and take them with me, just random ones.
Okay. And
I'm collecting evidence.
okay. In this room, there is it's kind of like rock walls and things like that. And there is a pathway that is like a carving in the rock, and you can either go to the left or right or straight after you enter into this pathway.
Last time I went left, so this time I'll go right.
You're going right?
Yes. Oh no.
Don't worry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the picture that Veda sent to the group.
Oh, let's see.
Anyway, so you head to the right. Perfect. Henny, roll a perception check for me.
Visual?
No.
16.
16. Yeah, that's good enough. As you turn to the right, as everything before, the pathway behind you closes, and you start to hear interesting sounding grunts coming from somewhere in this area.
I prep my gun and start to cautiously explore.
You hear the sound of hooves hitting floor.
Does it sound like it's approaching me?
No, it sounds like it's moving in this. I'm just gonna call it what it is. Labyrinth.
You're in the Minotaur pit.
Uh,
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna call out right now.
Okay.
You say
So
moo, you speak his language.
What
So you're
languages do
walking-
I know?
You
I
don't know
speak-
Minotaur.
In Elvish, because for some reason I know it, but I can't read.
Okay. So as you're walking through, you hear these trots like moving along with you. Roll a stealth check.
What do I have?
Just to let you know, you are going through a maze right now. So what I'm going to need you to do after this stealth check is also roll a survival check to see how well you can track your way through. Because I'm not going to make you pick over and over again whether you want to go left, right, left, right, left, right, because that'll get annoying.
18 stealth and 14 survival.
Okay, 18 stealth. Let me check to see what perception I get here. One moment.
Maybe I can find a Minotaur friend.
Hey, maybe it's a baby Minotaur and it needs
Why can't we
father
be
figure.
friends? Why can't we?
Because it wants to kill you.
I can't sing
I mean,
too
what?
much because I don't know if singing gets you copyrighted. I'm sure my singing is so bad that it would not get flagged, but I don't know how the algorithm
You're
works.
lucky. I just their perception is super good. And he got a natural one.
Ooh.
Nice. You have a chance.
So he kind of like, you can hear the trots as you're wandering through. You got a 14 survival.
Yep.
So yeah, you're walking through, you're turning each individual way. You kind of get caught at a dead end though. And you're like, oh no, I have to turn around. And you can kind of hear trots coming from like behind you a little bit. So what do you do?
I need to try to find my way out. I can't just stay here.
Veda and Kara, once you finish your drink, you guys get teleported back to the foyer.
Oh. We could go back, but no. Dude, that's selfish.
I mean, the drinks were good, but yeah, I feel like we should probably do what we were trying to do.
But maybe we can ask the whispery people where to find Kenny.
Let's request Kenny.
Or maybe the library?
I don't know how that works exactly. So maybe that works? I don't know.
Elwin, do you know what's happening?
Partially.
Is Kenny dead?
Nah, maybe.
Oh no.
I don't know. But I mean, it's possible. Anything can happen here. We're in someone's home. And this someone seems to not want guests unless he is home himself. So that makes sense as to why you'd be brought back here. Try the door.
Oh, to leave?
Why not?
Okay. Let me see if I can open the door.
It opens.
Oh, but we can't leave without Kenny.
I find it funny that Kenny's got teleported back to the foyer and just went back in again.
The thought of leaving never crossed his mind.
I'm gonna try to radio Kenny. Kenny. Padoop.
Kenny, you do actually hear something on your radio. But now... you hear a alarmed grunt and trots start heading towards your location.
You hear a very quiet Badoop, shut up, and I turn off my radio and I run.
That's not a good sign.
Oh, I have level bunch. Kenny, roll another stealth check with disadvantage.
I don't think I need to roll again. That was a 10. I rolled a 4.
Okay, let me roll a perception check for this guy. That's a 26.
Holy shit.
He has a +7 to his perception, dude. So you hear the grunts and the trots start getting louder and louder.
Kenny's just booking it, trying to find his way out.
You were at a dead end before, so roll a survival check real quick for me because they are getting loud.
24.
24? Okay, so as you're walking through, you start seeing tracks and stuff, and you're looking, you're following them. You start hearing grunts coming from behind you, and as you hear grunts, you actually look behind yourself, and you see a massive bipedal cow person with horns on his head and a giant axe, and he's just booking it after you. And you turn back around and just like start staring at the ground as you're running, and you start following these tracks and leading your way through. You're not following tracks that are of like hooves. You actually see footprints as you're going through. You're trying to like differentiate between the two as you're running, and you keep on trying to follow your way through. Roll an athletics check for me to see if you can outrun a bull.
Respawn.
Ooh.
Just as a note, about every 5 or 10 minutes, as long as nobody's looking, I'm going to go double knock on the door to let it open, just in case they need to be able to leave and can't leave.
Okay, so behind you, the door keeps opening and closing. Veda and Kara.
Is it Morse code?
You don't hear the knock, but you do see the door opening every 5 minutes or so.
I have a +8.
You roll a natural 1.
Okay. So as you're running along, you actually trip and fall. And you, let's see if this guy hits you. You hear the trots coming up right behind you. And you see a giant axe come swinging down. And that's a natural one. And it hits right beside you as you
Lucky.
roll me another athletics check with disadvantage.
Gadget, what's going on?
21.
I haven't heard anything in a while.
I rolled a 19. I had to take the 13. 21.
I don't think anyone has. No one's come out yet. I'm making sure that they have an exit available if they need it.
Okay. We're getting some tenser music. So as you roll a 21, you like get yourself, you kind of like kip up off the ground and just book it the other way. It's now kind of like about 5-10 feet behind you, and you're just booking it down these hallways trying to find the exit. Roll me another survival check because you kind of lost your tracking here.
I'm pretty sure they're in another dimension.
18.
18?
18.
Is that possible?
Yeah, they walk through a magic door.
This dice tower are making my dice roll worse.
Okay.
Thanks.
So as you're kind of running through, you are able to like pick out the footprints again, and then you're actually picking up speed, running faster than the minotaur behind you. And you take another look behind you, and this distance is now like 15 feet. You take another couple corners, and you still hear the foot falls behind you, but it's starting to dissipate as you keep on taking these corners, following this the actual footprints. And as you follow the footprints finally end, but you didn't look up in time, and you like run right into a door. But you open the door, and you're back in the foyer, and there's Veda and Kara.
He is.
Holy shit!
Did you go to the bar? It was really nice.
Do not go upstairs.
Do they notice anything off about Kenny?
I mean, yeah. Are you okay? What happened?
There was a thing chasing me.
Oh, to the
A
owner of the
thing?
house.
It was like a cow, but it was blocking and.
A mutant? Is it another weird mutant cow?
No. It had an axe. It was like this close from hitting me.
Okay, Kenny, calm down. It's fine. Let's just leave.
I
How?
need to get one more drink.
Everywhere just these back here.
The door. And
Just-
the door, like right behind you in the foyer, is still there.
Yeah, we could walk out. It's unlocked.
It closed behind us, but it's open.
Yeah.
And she
Oh.
opens the door, and you can see Gadget standing out there.
I leave.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean, I know I told him to knock, but I guess
Goodbye,
it's on me. I should have
Elaine, they're coming
also
out.
led with don't just walk in.
I see Kenny.
I'm not going back in there.
I don't know. I had a great time.
What in the Sam hell is wrong with y'all?
I found things.
Let's go. Let's not
I
do
know
this
I
here.
said knock,
Let's go.
I
but
left
that
my
didn't
money.
mean just walk in somewhere.
But I knocked and
They
the door
deserved it. They
opened.
deserved it. They were good bartenders.
Bartenders.
You got 11 potions, by the way, Kenny.
Jesus.
How about y'all just get your ass over here?
Mystery potion.
I'm pacing in this room because y'all are driving me insane.
Okay, Bidoop.
Mystery documents.
Everyone's arms, legs, fingers, toes accounted for.
There's a cut in Kenny's jacket.
Oh, that's a nice jacket.
Had a
Looking
few
at them, do they look any different once they came out?
Had a few feathers chopped off.
With the
They still look the same.
they don't have any invisible tendrils or anything around them or anything.
Nope.
Endros.
Oh, that's good.
Nice big word use.
Okay. So you all head back to the spa.
Yep.
And bring your special potions and special papers back with you. And,
Elaine is
I mean-
still quite literally like doing circles in the room.
Assuming I don't see any balls or anything like Veda described.
Yeah, you see no sensors or anything. Actually, that's not true. While you were kind of standing in the alleyway there, you did see. Actually, no. Sorry, not you. Never mind. Nothing shows up. I just remembered Elaine's not with you guys, so. But you guys go to the spa and go and speak with Elaine.
Hey, everything's fine.
I only cut
Well,
my
you're
jacket.
lucky.
There was like a
You're lucky that's the
cow.
only thing not cut.
There was a cow that was running on like its hind legs, chasing me with a freaking axe. Because she radioed me.
Trying to. You never came back.
I was being quiet. The thing was following me.
Well, you should have let me know you were trying to be quiet before I radioed you.
You don't radio someone when they're trying to be quiet.
Well, how am I supposed to know you're trying to be quiet? I was just trying
Because I
to.
wasn't making any sound.
What?
I was quiet.
I was trying to find you, and so was Kara. After we had a nice drink.
Where'd you guys get a drink?
Yeah, you didn't go to the bar. It was right in the foyer.
I went up the stairs. I was looking to see if
That's-
anyone
you
was
always, You always try the hospitality of the host first. Everyone knows that.
home. I found things. I open up my bag and I show them.
Yeah, Kenny has a
did you
bunch of
find?
potions and like papers and stuff that he shows you in his bag there.
What do the papers look
Can
like?
Can I make any sense of the papers?
I don't
Yeah.
think you guys could, no.
I'm-
You recognize the same symbols as Kenny did, that they are magical, but it doesn't mean anything to you.
I am keeping the potions for myself. They might come in handy.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think you
just-
should drink those.
I'm gonna get someone to
Do
look
we
at
even
them.
know what they are?
I'm gonna get someone to look at them. Boone's good at that stuff.
I'm gonna open one and just like sniff it. Just a random one.
Okay, 1 second here.
This is like the deck of many things. It's the bag of many potions.
You
Okay,
open,
Bayshore 2.0.
open one up and you give it a sniff, and it smells like the inside of a brothel.
Oh, that's rank.
What's that one do?
Good lord. I don't know what it does, but it smells disgusting.
It'll probably come in useful at some point.
So make a note, Kenny, that one of your potions smells like the inside of a brothel.
Well, they're definitely not alcohol from what I can tell. 'Cause I never smelled something like that.
There's some. Boone can help. He knows like the magical things.
He is very wise.
If we ever make it back to Ilaria, she might know.
Oh, she'd be good.
That's
So just the random one that you grabbed, I'll give you a little bit more of description of it here. So 1 second. It is brown in color with a constantly the liquid is like constantly moving and shifting. The texture of it is kind of like a thick and sludgy look. It's a very thick liquid. And yeah, it smells like the inside of a brothel. The label on it, it has a very tiny print in Sylvan, so something that you don't can't really read. And then on top of that, it's also very, very small. If you had to take a guess, probably about 1,000 words on this tiny label on the front of it. The container that it's in is give me 1 second here. Is a small shot-sized bottle.
Is Rivers the one that runs this place?
Yes.
Do any of the bottles have giant toenails in them?
No.
I guess that's good.
I'm gonna go look for River.
I'm gonna
Actually,
say this now because y'all already walked through a random door. Let's not drink any of these unless you know what they are.
I'm going to ask.
he's totally gonna drink some before knowing what they are.
I know. I still had to say it out loud because then
Okay.
I can say I told you so.
It'll probably be at
Um,
some point in a battle and be like.
Anyway, so you guys have collected your stuff here, and you have regrouped at the spa. And as you guys are kind of talking in the warded room, River knocks on the door and is like, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
I was actually
just
looking for you.
figured I would let you know that we found the wizard, and he would like to have a word with all of you.
Would he
Now,
know
if you-
potions?
Let's not
Probably.
deal with that right now. All right, we can find out about that later.
Anyway, if I may continue,
Yes, sorry.
he was not a problem. I understand some people need a little bit of responding to. I understand completely. However, as I said, he would like to have a word with you. So if you can follow me, and I will lead you to his home. And with
Can
that, you guys go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Me or River?
River.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna describe that where the alley was, across from the shop, across from Tiny Tributes. Are you familiar with that alley over by Tiny Tributes?
I am indeed. That is where we're about to be headed.
Henny, you should stay here with Elaine.
Oh,
Is there a problem?
They saw a odd door earlier, and I'm gonna give like Kenny and Veda a look like don't say shit.
Oh, okay.
It clearly looks
Well,
like Kenny
They
was
radioed
about to
me
say
asking
something
about
that
it.
stops.
we are going to go see Samuel. He is a wizard, and
You're not gonna tell me he lives in an invisible door where you knock twice to go in, do you?
no. As long as you are invited in, you should be able to see the door. You shouldn't have to knock. The door should just open for you.
Awesome, great.
Is there a problem?
We've
They're just
They've-
paranoid.
yeah, so okay, that's fine. Seen the
Okay.
door though.
Well,
Does he want all of us there, River?
Well, he needs you specifically. but it would be better if all of us went so he could introduce himself and you guys might be able to gain the powerful ally. No?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. Then away we go. And you guys head out of the spa and start heading towards the alleyway. And that's where we're going to call it for tonight.
Oh no.
Elaine is on edge the entire time, like head on a swivel.
So,
Kenny is not mentioning his potions.
so just for anybody watching on YouTube or watching on Twitch or whatever, just so you're all aware, I want to apologize in advance, but this is going to be our last Shattered Earth campaign for a little bit here. Stuff has come up in real life and like schedules and things are changing around. And unfortunately, that means Shattered Earth is going to be on hiatus for a little bit. Now, there has been some talks of us, possibly going and playing every once in a while, but for the most part, it sounds like we're going to be switching to another campaign for a little bit, possibly doing some one-shots in the meantime as well. So the Worst D&D channel is going to be sticking around, but Shattered Earth campaign might be taking a break for the foreseeable future. That being said, go ahead.
Oh, no, finish what you were saying. You're good.
I was just saying, that being said, it's still going to be us. I'm going to be taking a break from the games for a bit, like I said, because of work stuff. When I can, I'll try and jump in. As I said, we might have a couple of games in the foreseeable future of Shattered Earth, just on a different day than normal. But yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's kind of how life works sometimes, unless you're doing this full time. So yeah, that's the end of my spiel. So Elaine, go ahead.
We hopefully, fingers crossed, by Monday should have a tentative schedule of what everything from here on out for a little while should look like, so you have an idea of what you get to catch up on and things like that. We will still be doing Friday games. However, I will be taking up the Dungeon Master seat, and we will be doing Call of Cthulhu 7th edition. I will be running everyone through some creepy mystery is how I'll just kind of leave that in your minds. But hopefully on all of our Facebook, our Twitter, all of that, we should have a schedule posted hopefully by Monday.
Yeah, also one more thing. I believe we're talking about doing it Tuesday or Wednesday, which if you're watching this on Monday, then you'll have one day to come up with all your burning questions. We're planning on doing a Q&A covering from episode 20 to episode 30, which episode 30 was tonight. So any burning questions or any ideas that you have in mind, come up with them, and feel free to message us on Twitch while we're streaming live, or if you want, when it's uploaded later to YouTube, just drop a comment and I'll respond to it, because my life is busy but not that busy, so I can usually respond to comments and stuff like that.
We also
yeah.
have a couple other platforms you can reach out to us on if we're not getting back to you on the Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, and
Yes.
you can send us questions ahead of time if we get any to the Reddit or
There's
Or
Reddit,
you can
Twitter,
email them to
Facebook.
us as well.
email
Yeah.
to us.
We have every platform you can think of except for like the weird ones.
So far.
Yeah, just wait. We'll start a. Never mind.
We need the OnlyFans.
D&D OnlyFans
Anyway,
coming soon.
so Anyway, so unfortunately, we're not going to see what happens with the wizard for a little bit, but it'll come back eventually, and we'll try and finish off this campaign before we move into any other major campaigns. So that's all for now. I hope
And,
everybody. Go ahead.
So the schedule will be like this for what, till July-ish at minimum?
July at least, and then I'll like I said, I'm gonna try my best to
get a schedule that works for D&D, and then we can go from there.
Just to kind of give an idea so people have an idea what the off schedule
Yeah.
looks like for a little while.
Yeah, July is when my schedule will change around again. And like I said, we might come back with Shattered Earth on a Saturday and Sunday in May and a Saturday and Sunday in June. But that is TBD. So
But we'll still
But
be
we
around.
will keep you updated as things progress.
And we'll still be having our
Indeed.
Friday night games, and we'll be most likely doing something another day in the week, starting at some point in the near future.
yeah, we're gonna try and give you guys.
Technically starting next week.
Yeah,
Right,
we're gonna
right.
try
Let's
giving
do
you
it.
guys more content so that if you do enjoy us, you have more to listen or watch or whatever too. So
The other day won't just be D&D. We'll be doing one-shots. We'll be doing some games. We'll just be doing anything that we feel might be entertaining.
we'll upload
Hang
a
out,
picture,
chat.
video of our puppy doing something, whatever works.
Oh. Puppies.
Watch, that'll be our most popular video on the channel.
Oh yeah.
Puppies.
Anyway,
But stay tuned for everything.
yeah.
Yep.
So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sticking around with us for the past 30 episodes. And we'll see you all again soon.
Hi, everybody.
Have a great
Bye.
night, everyone.
Bye. Love you.